Hey everyone, welcome to this Flutter Full Course by MindMajix, your one-stop guide to mastering Flutter from absolute basics to advanced level app development. In this video, we will walk you through everything you need to know: how to set up Flutter, build beautiful UIs, connect APIs, handle navigation, and even create mobile application. By the end of this course, you will be confident enough to build and deploy your own Flutter application for Android and iOS using just one code base. Why Flutter is so popular? Flutter is an open source UI framework created by Google in 2017 designed to build natively compiled applications using a single code base. It uses the Dart programming language and is known for its hot reload, stunning UI performance, and developer-friendly toolkit. Major companies like Google, Alibaba, Dream11, and many startups use Flutter to deliver high-performance mobile applications faster. According to LinkedIn India and Naukri, Flutter developers are in huge demand, especially in mobile-first economies like India. As per Ambition Box and Glassdoor, the average Flutter developer salary in India ranges from 5 to 8 lakh rupees per annum for freshers and can go up to 20 lakh rupees per annum for experienced engineers. The Flutter job market is still growing, making this is the perfect time to learn and build your career in cross-platform application development. So grab your laptop, stay till the end, and start your Flutter journey with hands-on demos, mini projects, and advanced concepts. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you never miss any video from us. And if you want to learn paid Flutter training with certification, then check out our course where we will cover latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, mock interviews, and more. Now, let's get started with our course.
Cross-platform development is a very hot topic nowadays, and we have few options in market to build applications. Among them, Flutter has gained immense popularity within a short period of time. But before directly jumping into Flutter, we must know the fundamentals of Dart programming. Dart is developed by Google, and it's just like any other programming language such as C, JavaScript, with basic concept which we will discuss shortly. So without wasting any more time on the theoreticals, let's start learning step by step. The first thing we have to do is to install Dart. There is a Dart SDK which you can install separately, but in this session we will be using the online Dart pad, because later on when we will be learning Flutter and installing all the Flutter tools, then that will be installed automatically. So we don't have to do it separately right now. And Dart pad is just an online tool to develop and write the Dart codes. For that, you can just go to your browser and type Dart pad and see, here it is. You write the code in the left hand side, and in the right hand side the output will be there. If I click on the run button, you can see this hello 1234. This is a kind of for loop which we will discuss later on. So if we say what are the basics of Dart language, the very basic is the entry point, which is the main function. Here you can see this main function is the entry point of the code, which simply means if we execute the code, whatever that is written inside this main function will be executed at first. If the things are written here, it won't work until and unless it's a function and we call it inside the main function. So to output anything, we use the print statement. Here you can see, if I remove this and just like print Flutter is awesome and run, then you can see it's printing. So simply, if you are coming from any PHP or any other programming language, you know this print statement is very common in most of the languages. And also, strings need quotes but integer don't, which simply implies if I am writing print 2021, then it doesn't need any double quotes or single quotes. But if it's a string that is alphabets, then definitely it requires quotes. Now we know what is the entry point, what is the print statement. The next thing we have to understand is the comments. In any programming language, comment will be there. It's like to understand what's going on in the functions. Comments are just for reference and don't get executed. What that means is if I write here the next statement will print out string and then run it, you won't see this statement in the console because it's a comment. Now, comments are usually used so that in future when you are looking back into the code, it's very easy to you for you to understand it and don't get confused later on. So this is the very basic, and I don't think so it's that much of a hectic. In the next session, we will learn more about what are variables and what are data types. We will learn about what are variables and data types. If you are coming from any engineering background or any BCA type degree, you might have heard these terms there. It's the very basic of any programming language. What basically is a variable? Variables are used to store information to be referenced and manipulated later. That means if you have any name, suppose Flutter, then you just store it in a variable language. Language is equal to Flutter, and whenever you want to output that Flutter, you just use that language word, keyword you can say. Now, what are data types? In Dart, there are some built-in data types, that is numbers, strings, booleans, list, and map. List are arrays. In PHP, it's called arrays, and here it's called list. The concept is the same. And also maps. Maps is just a key value pair, like dictionary in a Python language or multidimensional array in PHP. So there is nothing new in Dart language. Everything is just the same. It's just you have to refresh your memory here. Now, the thing is how to declare a variable. This is the pattern. First is the data type, second is the variable name, and there is an equal sign which equals to the value. Now, this age has a data type of integer, that is 25, 30, whatever. And this age has a data type of var, that is variable, which simply implies that we don't know what it will hold. It may have integer, it may have string. But here, if I try to write something like Flutter string, it will show an error because the data type is given integer. And remember, Flutter or Dart is a statically typed language. That means most of the time you will specify what data type the variable or the function will hold. This is the main thing. You just don't ever forget that if we have assigned an data type, then the variable must hold that value. Now, each and every data type we will discuss step by step, one by one. But in the next video, let's practice only these numbers, which will be integer and double, and this string. I have this basic example. Here we are using the example of the movie Avengers. If you haven't watched the movie, it's fine. But I guess most of us are Marvel fans. Though you might have heard about this name, Iron Man and all. Let's bring out our dartpad and remove whatever is there in the main function and start from the very beginning. In the earliest session, we have heard about the comments which we will use now. Here it's like declaring variables. Then now it's time to declare our first variable. The first thing we have to write is the data type. It will be int. Then the name of the variable, it will be score, which will equal to 3000. So simply we have completed our task of declaring a variable. Now Suppose this is an integer, but what happens there if there is a decimal value? Suppose 30.5 or whatever, if you have a pi value and all. In that case, the data type will be double. Double percentage is equal to 92.5. You just say, you can write whatever you want. Then, if you want to have any string, then it will write string hero is equal to Iron Man. If you have any other hero of your own, you can just write it down. No issue. And villain will be Thanos. Okay. We have declared successfully our four variables here. Now it's time to print them. So just remember, for printing, we have learned that we have to use the print statement. And this print statement will only print the value in the console. So when you are building a real Flutter application, if you use this print, don't expect that the UI or the screen of the mobile application will output the value. Only the value is available for the debug or the developer usage. So if you want, you just print score, then you can print percentage, then it's hero, and then print villain. You run you run the program, and I hope, yes, we got the output. It's like 3000, it's the integer, percentage is 92.5, hero Iron Man, and then Thanos. So just, I guess it's clear with you the concept of variables and the data types, and we have successfully understood numbers and string data types. We will know more about strings. Earlier, we have used the string data type, but in this video, we will just know the definitions and few concepts. So what is string? Strings are just collection of characters, or you can say alphabets. We can declare a string with both single and double quotes. It's like string name is equal to Flutter. Here we are using single quotes. Here you can use also double quotes. But the problem arises when there is something like it's easy or something which has quote within the quote. So you can say, if I have this war name is equal to it Elon. Now it will show an error because you have single quotes within single quotes. To solve this issue, you have to either use backslash or write single quotes within double quotes to avoid any error. Here, backslash here, you have to just simply use this and the error will be gone. If I now run the program, you can see the output will be there. And if you want, you can just simply remove the backslash and use double quotes in the outside. Then also your program will run smoothly. So this situation might happen while you are building an application, that you have something like it's theirs or whatever. You just have to remember that you cannot use single quotes within single quotes or double quotes within double quotes. So we know how to declare string. Now what is the string interpolation? This is also very simple. It's like combination of variables and strings. Usually in any other programming language, we can combine variables and strings like this. That is var name is equal to Rahul, print my name is, and then plus symbol and the variable name. This is also correct in Dart, but not recommended. Dart prefers to write variables inside the double quotes by using dollar before the variable name. I will show you by doing it. Suppose the variable is hero. I have to write my hero is, and then Iron Man. For that, I have to use this dollar sign and then the variable name. And if I run the program, see, my hero is Iron Man. It's the string interpolation. Earlier, we were just printing out variables, but definitely in the real world applications, you have to use something like welcome guest. Guest will be variable, and then if the user logs in, then that guest name will change to the user's username. So that is why the string interpolation is a very crucial topic. Now, within the quotes, that is, we can output using this dollar symbol. But what if there is some kind of functions or like addition or getting length? In that case, you have to use dollar and this curly braces. You can see the example here, and we will also do it on our own. I'm just removing all this just for the simplicity, like int length is equal to 20, and then int breadth is equal to 10. Now, if I want to do some kind of calculation with the variables, then I have to write sum is dollar, then this parenthesis, and inside that length breadth. Yep. Now if I run, it will simply sum is 30. See, but you cannot do like this and this. If you try to do using only the dollar sign, it will just print it. Sum is 20 plus 30, but it doesn't do the calculation portion. So you have to remember this while building an application, because there will be a lot of times where you have to do some kind of functions, or you might have to get the length of the array. In that case, this dollar and curly braces is used. If you want, you can just try some more example by creating like there is area, there is parameter, there's lot of mathematical calculations. If you want, you can just practice on your own. That's it. This concept is done. This is the very basic concept of string. What are constants in that language? So when we hear the word constants, the first thing that came to our mind is that the value won't be changed, that the value cannot be changed. It's a constant value. So within the constants, there are two keywords. First is final and the second is the const. Now let's start with the const keyword. The definition is very simple. Const is used if the value is known at compile time. You just forget this type of terms. In simple words, while development of the application, we hardcode the value. That is const int marks is equal to 90. Marks, let's try it our own. There will be const int marks is equal to 90. And if you print, you can just print marks. And I will remove the above print statement. Now you can say it's 90. It's the const, that is, if we try to change the value later on, like 50, is marks is equal to 50, there will be an error. Const values cannot be assigned. That is, if the value is fixed, we cannot change it in the later on program. This is the use of const keyword. Now you might be thinking, okay, const A, I get it, but what is this final keyword? It's little bit tricky. It's like suppose we don't know the value while writing code, but the value will be calculated or fetched from database at runtime. Runtime means when the application is opened. And after that, after the value has been calculated, we don't want the value to be changed after being fetched. So it's like some from the database, there will be the user's age. It will be final age keyword, but once it's fetched from the database, after that the user cannot change that value. So here you cannot try and write it directly. If you just write final string name is equal to flutter, then also it will work normally. It won't show any error here, because In the end, it's a constant. But you will understand more of this concept later on while building a real world application. But here in the example, you can just see the value of pi, that is 3.14, is a constant. In that, we will use the const keyword. But while date is a variable, and if we assign it to date time dot now, this will be a final because suppose the app opens at 10 o'clock. At that time, the date will be 10 o'clock. It will be fetched once, and after that, that date won't be changed. But that date value hasn't been written, pre-written in the code. We can do it with a very basic example. You can just write int x is equal to 1, y is equal to 2, final a is equal to x, then print a, and here I will write const b is equal to y, print b. Let's see, it will show an error because we cannot just write something which is not already there. Here, if we are using a const, here the value has to be written like 5. But in the above, final a is equal to x, it's not showing any error because the final is like, if we run the application and the value gets inside that final variable, it's okay for it. After that, I cannot change it. Like a is equal to 26. This I cannot do because it's a type of constant. So you can understand this concept here in a very basic manner. If it's a const keyword, then we have to write the value. And if it's a final keyword, then the variable might hold something which will be assigned later on. That's it. We will know about conditional statements. Conditional statements will be there in any programming language: PHP, Python, Java, C, C++, Swift, whatever. The concept of conditional statement will always be there. So, what are conditional statements? It's like there will be one condition. If that's true, then do something, or else don't do something. The first conditional statement is if else. You can see here if else. If the condition is true, then run the code, or else run the other code. It's very straightforward. And the second one is if else if. That means if you have multiple conditions. Suppose if age is greater than 18, then they are allowed to drive. If then else if age is greater than 21, then they are allowed to go to clubs and all. And simply in the end else, you can just write, please mention your age correctly. It's basically some kind of conditions in your application, and trust me, when you are building any app, real world application, there will be a lot of conditions. If you see Facebook, you can just see if the user has logged in, then show the home page, else show the login page. That's a very good example, I will say. Now, there are some operators as well which we use frequently with if else statements, that is and or. Two conditions can be joined using and or, and both have their own meaning. An operator means both the conditions specified must be true. That is, if age is greater than 18 and person is from Delhi, in that case, there are two conditions which both of them should be satisfied to run the code. And when it comes to the OR operator, it's just like if the person either is greater than 18 or from Delhi. If any one of them is true, then the system can execute the code. You can just get the basic information from here, because right now we will start with an example. Let's do it. Again, I am here using that Avengers scenario so that it will be easy to understand. Let's remove the previous codes and all, and let's start it. Here first I will be using comments where I'm writing declaring variables below. Now we have used that const keyword earlier. Here I will write const int stones is equal to 6. For your use, I can just write comment like using const so that number of stones cannot be changed. Simple. Then string hero is equal to Iron Man, and string villain is equal to Thanos. Now the new data type here will be Boolean. Boolean is what? You can just say true or false. Boolean is nothing but the two value. Either it will be true or false. So we have this Boolean hero win is equal to true, and again Boolean villain win is equal to false. So okay, we have successfully declared all the variables needed. There are 5 variables here. Now we will use conditional statements. If our first condition will be if stones less than 6, print you have not collected all the infinity stones. One condition is there. Second condition, if stones is double equal to 6, that means stones are 6 and villain win is equal to true. That means the villain wins here in this case. We will print by using string interpolation. Villain has all the, again string interpolation, 6 infinity stones. Now we have written 2 conditions here. The third we can, because in if else you can have multiple conditions. There is no boundary. Again, if stones is equal to 6 and hero win is equal to true, in that case you just simply print hero, which is the Iron Man, has all the 6, which is the stones infinity stones. And finally in the else statement you can write hero and villain don't care about the stones. Simple. Now with your mind you just think what will be output. Here stones is 0 6 and hero win is true. So first one will be false, second one will be false, third one. So the output will be Iron Man has all the 6 infinity stones. But if I simply make this one false as well, then the last else will be executed, because not even one of the conditions are satisfied. And i'm this I'm just reminding it again, since stones are constant, you cannot change the stone's value here like this. It will show an error. So I hope you have understood clearly what are conditional statements, and if else is very self explanatory, because if one condition is true, then print it, or else print the other thing. Until now we have discussed few of the data types such as strings, double, booleans as well. But now it's time to discuss list. This is a very important topic because while building an application, we will be using this data type, I think, most of the time. Now, what is a list? A list is simply an ordered group of any data type. It is commonly known as arrays in other languages. If you are coming from PHP or anything, or any other programming language, you might have heard the word arrays. So it simply means earlier when we were declaring any variable, it was holding one value. That is, suppose this villain was holding only Thanos. But what if we want a variable which will contain multiple information of the user? Suppose the name, contact number, age, everything in one variable. In that case, we will be using list. It is very convenient to store and access the data in that way. Now, each element in the list is defined by a unique number called the index. It's very simple. Suppose if you want to access a data from the variable, you just have to remember what index it is in. Obviously, to access anything, we must have some ID. Here, the ID is the index and it starts from 0. Let's start programming. I guess theory you have understood. I will remove the previous thing. To declare a list, we have to mention the data type at first, list. Then simply I will just write marks and these square brackets. So we have successfully declared a list. And you can just see earlier in the above, there were string, boolean, or integer as well. But this time it's a new data type, list. And when I was saying about the index positions, what I mean was, suppose in the list of marks there are multiple values like this. Okay, there are 4 values in this variable, and now this 90 is in the 0 position, 80 is in the 1 position, 60 is in the 2, and 30 is in the 3. So this is the index. Simply you can just say, suppose if I want to access this 90, I simply have to write print marks and the index position 0. Now let's run the program. See, 90. You have this value. Now suppose if you want 30, what index you have to write? It will be 3. Then, yeah, then it's 30 is printed. Now, the thing is, suppose we have an empty list of age, okay, and we want to assign a value into it, new value. That is, it is empty, but later on we want to assign. In that case, you cannot just directly write age in the 0 position, give 30. This will show an error when we are printing age list. Let's see, try it out. See, uncaught error, range error, which means this is not the correct way to assign the value. But if you want to change the value which is already being assigned, that is in the marks, in the zero position, you want to write 10 and then print marks list. Let's see what happens. See, 90 has changed to 10, which simply implies you can change the already existing value with this method, but you cannot assign. Now, you might ask me, then how we will assign a value? Because marks is already pre-written, but when we are building an application, all those data will be in the real time. In that case, I just have to write age dot and then add. This is a function. This is the, you can say, operations which a list accepts. Age dot add 25 and then I will print out age. See, 25 is there and now it's not showing any error because this is the correct way of adding a value inside the list. Again, if I write age dot add 30 and print it, then it will be 25 and 30. See, so it's a very easy concept and very important because list is the only way when we are fetching a lot of, suppose in an application like Facebook, there will be a lot of users, so all that users might be stored in a list. If you see the slide, I have written that the index starts from 0 and extends up to n minus 1, where n is the total number of elements in the list. What I mean by that is the index here, it starts from 0 and ends at 3, which is the total number of elements in the list minus 1. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 minus 1, 3. Since it starts with 0, the ending will be always the total number of elements minus 1. It's a very important concept of any programming language. Now, we have done this portion where we cannot assign value to an empty list. We have also done this portion as well where already assigned value can be changed like this. Now, there are few operations which can be done in any list. That add portion is done. Now, if you want to remove any element, then it's very easy. It's like list name, which is marks dot remove, and what data you want to remove. I want to remove suppose 25, and then I will print age. It should only display 30. I guess I did a small mistake. It's like when we are removing, we might have to use remove at so that we assign the index. Suppose here I want to remove 0. Okay. So I was removing from the marks and printing age. Why it will show. In the remove, let's do it again. In marks, I want to remove 90 and then print marks here. Let's check out this output. See, 90 is gone. So in this way, we can remove the element if we know the value of the element. But suppose we don't know the value and we just know the index, that is marks dot remove at, and here I will give index as suppose 1 and comment the before remove line. Now the 80 will be removed. See, 10, 60, 30, but 80 is not there. So remove and remove at are two operations which are very important, because definitely when we have inserted any value, If the user wants to delete it, he should have that capability or that feature, you can say. Now, the final thing is the length of the list. That is, if we want to get the length, we just write print marks dot length, and I will just stop removing elements. And now let's say I think it will show 4, which I was discussing earlier. That is, this is the n value, and the final element always is the length minus 1. And if you want to print something like this with concatenation, you can do like this: the length of the list is, then dollar. And just remember from the last session, if we want to do any operation, then we have to do dollar and then curly braces, and then write marks dot length. I will run it again and see the length of the list is 4. So I just want to give a recap of concatenation because I don't want you to forget the previous concepts as well. So now it's time to learn about the next data type, which is the map. Map is also a very important data type. When we are building a Flutter application, mostly you will use list or map, or you will use map inside list. Right now, if you are getting confused, no issue. So what is a map? A map is a simple key value pair, which means earlier when it was a list, you can just see it was the value, but it doesn't have any name. You can just say it had that index in them from which we can call them, but it didn't have a name. So when the data is very long or when there is a lot of data, it's very difficult to remember the index of the value. In that case, maps are very handy. So let's see what it means. The key will be of string type, but the values in a map may be of any type. That is, key will be suppose name, then the value can be string, that is Rahul, Flutter, whatever, but also the key name can have 22 or 23, whatever numeric values. So it's not mandatory to use only string as its value. To declare a map, we can use the map constructor, that is this one, or you need to enclose the key value pairs within a curly brackets like this. Let's start by creating our first map. Again, I will remove all this data and start with a clean slate. Now, when we are using a map constructor, you can just write var fruits is equal to map. And after that, in the fruits, you can write apple as the key. Just remember, as the key. And its value will be red. Now, if I print fruits variable, and here var, or also you can use map as a data type, there won't be any error. See this apple and red. Apple is the key and red is the value. So most of the time we don't need this key. We need this value of red. To print that, you simply have to write the map variable name and then the key, which is apple. Now run your program, and in the output you will see red. See, this is how we do it. This is how map is being used. Now, again, if we want to add another value of banana with a value of yellow, and again first print the whole map so that you can see how it is being displayed. It's like first key is apple, then the value is red, then comma, second key is banana, and value is yellow. Now you might ask me, let's print out yellow value. In that case, first I have to write the map name, then the key, which is banana. A more valid example you can say will be some user's map, and that we will do using map literal. Earlier this is done using map constructor. Now we will declare a map using curly braces directly, which means I have map of user. Then here first key will be name Bill Gates. Second, you can say age. I don't know this exact age, but it will suppose example 80. And third way will be founder, and it will again be a string Microsoft. So here you can see this is how we declare a map. This is also a type of data type which will hold multiple values, like just like list. So now if I want, I will just write print user, and then I will just comment the above lines. See, name Bill Gates, age 80, founder Microsoft. Also, in the same way, if you want, like print, I will show you how to print a very new, not new, it's like form a sentence, founder of, then for the Microsoft I will just write founder is. Now again I will write user and then name. Here I am using concatenation, and you will learn how to fetch the value from a map. I guess there is some error again. Must end with this. Yep, I know what I did the error here. It's a very basic mistake, nothing much. In programming, you are used to this kind of silly mistakes. Now you get the output founder of Microsoft is Bill Gates. So this is the way how you will output the data in your real application. It's a very important thing to learn. Also, you can also print the length of the map as we done before in the list. It will be 3. That is, there are 3 values. See, 3 values. Other operations includes, suppose user dot, you will see. If I just write user print keys, it will show all the keys, that is name, age, founder, so that if you forgot also, then you can just check it out. And suppose from the keys you want the values, that is you don't remember any of the keys but you want to fetch all the values, then you have to use a function or operation like user dot for each. That is, it will go through the map with this key value, and you can just write print. If you want value, you can just print the value. I will again comment down the above thing and print and run it. And now you will see Bill Gates 80 and Microsoft. This is how you loop through the map, and you don't have to take this much stress. In the upcoming sessions, we'll be talking deeply about loops. But right now, Our concern was map, and we have learned a lot. The final operation, which is important, obviously there are a lot of operation you can see, but the final, if you can say, it's like remove. If you want to remove a key, you can just write remove, then the key name will be name, and after that if you print, then you won't see Bill Gates here. See, Bill Gates was removed from the map. So that's it. This is the basic concepts. I hope you just understood the basic thing, because to master the list or map, you have to practice it while building a real world application. And what are looping? So if you are coming from any other programming language, I guess you might have heard this for loop or for do while loops and all, because in engineering or any basic programming, this concept will be there. So loops are used to output multiple number of times. That is, the data can be, if we have to write suppose a name 100 times, we won't just print flutter. It will take a lot of time. In that case, we can use loops. And in the end, I will definitely tell you while building a real world application where loops are being used. So loops are of four types: for in, while, do while. Let's start understanding it one by one. So what is a for loop? The for loop executes a block of code for a specific number of time, which we mention in the loop. So the syntax is like this. We use for, then brackets, there is parenthesis. Inside that there will be three data. First will be initialization, condition, and what should be done. You might get confused right now. Let's do it practically. I will remove all this thing. Let's start it. Loops. First will be for loop. So suppose I have this for loop syntax. First is initialization. That is, int variable I is equal to 0. Then the condition I less than 3. And then what should be done next after this code of block will be executed. Like if I write print, so if I click run, this is how it will done. For I is equal to 0, that is I will be 0. Then it will check the condition. If I value is less than 3, if it's true, then it will go inside and execute this block of code. After the execution of this block of code, then it will go to this step, that is I plus plus, which implies I will become from 0 to 1. Let's run it. See, 0, 1, 2. It doesn't go forward, that is after 2, 3, because there is this condition. So this is a very basic thing, but most of the time we will be using loops while dealing with list or map. So I will write list marks is equal to, again, 50, 30, 20, 10. Then I will write for int I is equal to 0. I will be less than the length of the list, which will be 4, and I plus plus. And now if I want to print out, then I will just write the list name and the index, which will start from 0 because we have mentioned it here. So if you want, you can just pause and understand it again, because int I is 0. It will check if I is less than the length, which is 4. If yes, then it will print that value in the list of that index. First will be 0, that is 50. After that, it will do this step I plus plus 1, and then again the same thing will happen. Let's see the output. You can see the output 50, 30, 20, 10. So the loop is very powerful. And while building a real world application, you will be using loops all the time, because the data which will be coming from the database will be in the form of an array or an list. So you have understood this for loop. Now the next loop is for in loop. So you might be thinking, why this for in loop? The for in loop is used to loop through a list or a map. It is being used most of the time. Just because this looping through the list is so common, so there is this specific kind of loop where we don't have to mention like the initialization or this step and all, because it's a waste of time if we already know what we have to do. So I will comment the above for, and here let's write this. And for in way of writing loop goes like var mark, that this is a simple variable in marks, and then print mark. See, the output is same, but the code looks so much cleaner than above, because it's doing what? It is assigning this mark variable to the first element, second element, and then printing it automatically. And this for loop inbuilt knows that it should loop through the length of the list. It should not exceed. So it's a very common practice of using for loop in the real world application. I guess you have understood it. This for in can be used in maps as well. You have seen list, but let's try map. Var user is equal to key will be Rahul, age will be suppose 25, and then second will be Pratik, this is another name, and age will be say 30. Now if you want to loop through this map, you simply will write for var, this is the any variable name, in marks dot entries. So this is something you have to remember. Let's see, I guess there are so many operations you can do. Let's print and see what it outputs. Data dot. If I just write data, let's see, it shows an error or anything. Sorry, I have to write user. This was again silly mistake. So this user, if we are using a map, then you have to write entries. This you have to remember by heart, because map is a different type of data type. And then you can just write data dot key and print. If you want value, then data dot value. Let's run it. See, Rahul 25, Pratik 30. So just imagine this user right now, it's containing only two data. But if you have an application like Facebook and there are crores or lakhs and whatever number of data, it's impossible for you to write everyone by their keys. In that case, we will be using looping. Now, more of the looping you will understand while we are building a Flutter application. Right now, you just understand the concept. Two loops are being done. The next one is the while loop. While loop also does the same job. It is not like very different. It also loops through the elements. We mostly use while loop when we don't know how many times the loop will actually execute. Here in example, we know the limit, that is while number less than this. But suppose music is being played, and until and unless user presses the stop button, the music should continue playing. This is a good example. So let's do it through the while loop as well. I will comment it. Then I will just write int number is equal to 0 while number less than 10, print number and number plus plus, that is incremented. It's nothing new, it's same as the for loop. See, the way of writing is different. For loop is being written like this and while is like this. So the final loop is the do while. Do while loop is different from while loop because in the while loop, first the condition was checked and then after code of block was executed. But in do while, first the code is executed at least once and then the condition will be checked. Let's try it with the same example. Int is number is 0, so we will just write do print number, but the condition will be number greater than 1. So just imagine here the condition is false. So if we were using this while loop, it shouldn't print. But since we are using do while, you check the output. See, 0. It is being printed once. In if I write here number plus plus as well, then also the condition is false, but this code of block will be executed. So do while is not being used much. Matlab, it's like I haven't used do while building my applications. Most of the time we are dealing with for loop. So it's up to you which type of loop you want to use in your application. What are break and continue statement? Break and continue statements are used with loops, any kind of loops. And what it does, we will just see. Because with the word break only, you can understand that it terminates the loop. Let's try it with the example. I will just remove this and just write break statement. If we have a for loop like for var I is equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus. I hope you have understood this loop because in the last chapter we have already discussed this. Here I can write print I and you will definitely see the output as same from 0 to 4. But what if I will have a condition here like if I is equal to 2, then break. So this will simply mean that if the number goes to 2, it should terminate and then execute the code below. Let's run it and see it will be only 0 and 1. After that, process is being terminated and the code will run down below. But when it comes to continue statement, continue will only skip that code in the loop, but it will not terminate the whole code. Suppose I have here print flutter. First it will go 0 1, then it terminates and execute the below code. But if I write down here continue and all the code will be same, Just I will be using continue and then run it. See, there is a lot of different than break, because only when it was 2, it the code was terminated, but it doesn't goes out of this for loop. It just check the condition again and print the rest of the code, and then only it will go and execute all the codes below. So this is a very basic but important concept, because you will have to use continue or for statement in your application whenever required. So I hope I have cleared your doubt. If you want, you can just try it again with some more examples. If you want, you can just use a list, then loop through it, and then try using break or if else. It's up to you, because when we are learning any programming language, it's better we practice and try to get errors as well, so that it will be beneficial for us for the future. We will be talking about a very important topic. So, if you have any interest in programming, you might have come through the word function. Functions will be there, either you are working in Dart, PHP, C, whatever. You have to understand the concept of functions. So, what is a function? Function is just a collection of code or statements grouped together to perform a task. So when we are writing codes here, suppose this is just a very basic code, that's why we can write it in the same file. But what if there will be 100 lines of code or 100 functions to execute, or 100 tasks to execute? In that case, we have to make use of functions, so that we will declare the function somewhere else and call it here or call it in multiple times wherever we want. So let's start. I will remove and clean everything. It will be like functions. So here you can see the syntax of a basic function. It consists of return type, optional, but it's recommended. Return type means what the function will return at the end. The second is function name. So it's just a kind of a variable name, you can say, because obviously to call a function you have to give it a name. And the third thing is parameter or arguments. That is what value we are sending to the function while we are calling it. So right now you might get confused, but no need to panic. We will understand it slowly, step by step. And when I was saying return type, sometimes the function may not return anything. In that case, we use void as a return type. So if you heard this word void, you might think, wait, I have seen it somewhere. So if you just go to the code here, this is also a function. That is the main function with return type of void. So it's very weird that from the very early, or from the very beginning, we were working with functions, but we didn't know it, because this is the entry point. That's why we didn't discuss it earlier. But right now, you can see it's the same syntax, that is return type, function name, and then parentheses and curly braces. This is how we declare a function. Now the theory is done. Let's write the way of writing a function, because there are different ways for different purposes. The first way is function without passing arguments. That means we are not passing any arguments toward the function, and arguments were these values. Let's try it ourselves. I will just write first function without passing argument and return type. That is, this function is not returning anything. So I will declare it like void. Let's do some mathematical thing. Find parameter, and then in the function we can have variables or some executable codes, whatever we want. So I will just first declare a variable of integer 4, then second will be breadth of integer 2. Then now let's do the calculation, that is parameter will be a variable which will be holding this calculation 2 into L plus B, that is length plus breadth. Okay, and then we will just print here the perimeter is, and then concatenation. Okay, so here we have successfully declared a function. Now I told you, if we have a function we have to call it. So how we will call it? We'll just simply write find parameter, that is the function name, and parenthesis. That's it. And now let's run the program. See, the parameter is 12, that is 4 plus 2 is 6, and 6 into 2 is 12. So this is the first way of writing a function which doesn't have any return type and which is not getting any argument. That is, the values are being returned inside the function. Okay, I hope you have understood till now, because now we are going to the next way of writing a function, which is function with arguments. As the name suggests, here we will be passing the argument when we are calling the function. So let's suppose here, for declaring the parameters, I will write first the data type of the parameter, that is int length, and then second will be int breadth. Now if we are passing the value, then we don't have to declare the value inside the function. So I will remove it from here. Now the declaration part is done, but if we are calling a function, then here it's showing this error, because you can just see in the error two positional arguments expected. That is, we have to pass the value. So first I will just pass 5, and then second also 5, that is length and breadth. Now let's see again the output. See, the parameter is 20. So what it will be? It will be function with passing argument. It's very simple, but I hope you have understood, because this is the very core concept of the programming. Without this you won't be able to understand further on. So I will suggest you, if you have any doubts, you just also research on your own and try to go deeper inside the concept. Now let's move on to the third, which is function with argument and a return type. So simply we will just write the third way, function with argument and return type. So as the name itself suggests, that will have argument like this, and it will have a return type. So now the return type won't be here void, it will be int. Now you can see the error. The body might be complete normally, but it's returning null because it's not returning any value. So what we have to do, we won't print it inside the function. We will just return the parameter value. See, the error is gone. So here we have a return type of integer, since both the value are integer and after calculation it becomes an integer. That's it. Now, if we are returning a value, we have to catch it somewhere. So here I will just write int result is equal to find parameter. Now the result variable will consist of the calculated value sent by the function. So now if we want, we can simply print here like the result is, then here now we have to write result parameter variable because we are storing it by its this name. And also if you want, you can do some more calculations further on, like int final total is equal to result plus can just write 200, and then here again print final result after, so after adding is, then find total. Okay, it's showing some error. Let's okay, final total, sorry. Okay, now let's run the program. It should be first will be 5 plus 5 10 20, and then second will be obviously plus 100 120. So we do this return type normally so that we can have some more calculations afterwards. It's like after when a user, when we try to get the age of a user, after getting the age we might do some calculations. Let's see, suppose here it's a function int user age. Okay, and simply here we will just write return 20, suppose. Now what if we want to first int get user age is equal to user age, and after getting the user age we will do some calculations, like if get user age is less than 18, print he cannot drive, else print allowed to drive a car. Now let's comment this, and now let's run, and I hope you know what the result will be. It will be the else, because we are getting 20 when we are calling the function, and then from the if else statement which we have already learned, we see if the user is legally allowed to drive a car or not. So this is a very basic use. Obviously when we are building complete application we will have some more advanced usage of these functions. Now the final another way of writing a function, you can just say shorthand syntax or fat arrow, which means if our function body contains only one line of code, then we can use this arrow and this kind of arrow symbol, you can just say an equal and greater than, to declare the function and make it look short. So it's just a way to clean our code. And also in the notes section you can read, in fat arrow notation we don't use the curly braces and also don't use return keyword. So there is a lot to digest again. Here let's try with this int fat arrow syntax. Here we have a, we are just returning, or you can say we have just one line of code. So first thing it was told that we have to remove the curly braces. Okay, we removed it. And second, we don't have this return statement. Okay, and instead of that we will have this arrow. See, it is looking so cool and so clean. And now again I will just change the value to 17, and let's see what is the output. See, he cannot drive, which simply means the function is doing the same as before, but with this shorthand syntax it looking cleaner and it's easier to read. That is just return 17, and there is this return type as well, which is an integer. And if you want here as well, you can do these changes. First, I will remove the curly braces, then I will remove this turn, and simply here I will write arrow, and there's one line of code. That is, after calculating, it will directly return to whatever it's calling. I will comment down and do it this again, and I hope the result will be same as before. See, the result is 20. After final result after adding is 120. So earlier it was looking very messy, but with the shorthand syntax, it's getting better. So I hope you have understood the basics of function. Now it's time to get deeper into parameters and its types. So earlier we have learned how to declare a function and how it accepts a parameter. But there are different ways to accept a parameter. In the diagram you can see parameter are of two types, optional and required. By the name only you can understand that if it's required, then you have to pass the argument or else it will show an error. And when it's optional, then there are also three types of optional, that is positional, named, and default. So we will understand each and every one step by step. So let's get started. First, we will understand what are required parameters. Let's bring our code editor and create a function name print name, and suppose it accepts arguments like string name1, string name2, string name3. Okay, and I will just print out the names like name1 and name2 and name3. Okay, we have our function ready. Now it's time to call it like print name. But if we directly call it like this, it will show an error because it's a required parameter type, which means we have to send the value. I will just send Hulk, Iron Man, and Spider Man. Let's see the output. Okay, you can see all those are printed. So it's very basic, and we have done this earlier as well. But you have to understand what it is called, and it is called a required parameter type. Now, the second type is optional, and within optional, we will be understanding what is a positional optional parameter. So, to make a parameter optional, we use this brackets, square brackets, and positional means this Hulk will be in the first position, that is string name 1. This Iron Man will be in the second position, that is name 2. Because this is the order how it's written here. See, if I change the order like Spider-Man here and Iron Man here, so this output will be changed because it is positionally decided which one is where. Now if I want to make this name 3 optional, that is I don't want it. If it's not sent, then also it's fine. Like this, we have to use this square bracket, but there is showing an error because it's showing that the parameter name3 can't have a value of null because of its type, and its type is string. So in the latest version, Dart has introduced something called null safety, which simply means if any variable variable or function can return or accept a value which can be null, in that case in that case you have to declare that data type as nullable, which can be done with the expression question mark, which simply means if I have this string and I just insert a question mark here, that means this value, this variable can contain a null as well, which in our case is true. Now if I run the program, see Hulk and Spider-Man and null, because we haven't passed the value. So here this concept is very important, because when you are asking a value from the user, you many of the fields may be optional. Suppose what interest or what age you are or how much money you earn, the user may or may not want to fill those forms. So in that case, you can have those variables as optional. And just remember, this null safety is recently introduced. So if you are watching any video tutorial which is suppose 6 months or 1 year back, so there this question mark is not being introduced, so you might get some errors. And here down you can see the null safety is on because it's default in the Flutter framework. So I this is optional parameter type. Now I have explained everything here. Now the next is named parameter. Now this is little interesting. Earlier we were just using positional parameters because there were very few arguments which we were passing. But suppose we have lot of parameters, then it will be very difficult to remember their positions. That is, in the one position its name, in the second position its age, in the third position its city. It's not always feasible to remember all those. So in that case, we use name parameters, and here we will be using curly braces. We learned to use square braces, but now we will use curly braces, and simply I will create a new function which will be named parameter. Okay, I will write int find volume, and then in the parameter I will simply write curly braces and then int length, int breadth, and I will write print. I will not print here, I will just return length into breadth, and if I want height as well because it's the volume, I will declare another parameter of height. Now you might be seeing some errors. I will explain you what's that, because here the parameter becomes optional by default. So you have to use null safety within the curly braces. So in name parameters, the values becomes optional. That is, it can be null. So we have to use null safety, which is very simple. Is simply use question mark, question mark, question mark. But if you are using the question mark, here it will show some errors as well, because we cannot do calculation, we cannot do this kind of calculations here if the value is null. So in that case, I will just check. Let's try and check if length not equal, if a length equal to null and breadth equal to null and height equal to null, then return. Again there is error. This kind of situations you will encounter a lot while programming. So for this solution, you can do one thing. Either you can just make it optional, but sorry, make it named, but with required keyword. That is, this function has to return a value, because it's a very simple concept. If we are doing any kind of mathematical calculation, the value has to be provided. So the required thing, make sure the value is being sent. Now if I call the function like find volume, I cannot just pass value like this, because it's a name parameter. It has its own name, which we can see here. Height can be 5 comma, breadth can be 5, and length can be 5. So if you notice here, it since it's not positional, I can call the value at any it's like any position, because first I have called height, but there it was length. Then I call breadth, it was breadth, but last it was height, but I call length. Because it's a name parameter, we don't have to remember the positions of the arguments. And simply I will print volume value, sorry, volume spelling, volume. I will run and see 125. So since it's a named argument, there are we can call it by these names, and it's much more easier because it can be name, age, salary. We don't have to remember anything. Now it's time to use the final parameter, which is the default parameter. Now in the same case, I'll just remove all this and I will write default parameter. In the same case, if it was not required, if it was like this, in that case, default means if the value is not being sent, then we will have this value instead. It's like length will be 1, height will be this, and breadth will be 4. So here, if I suppose forget to send length, then also it will, the length will be 1. That is, let's make it 2 so that for the calculation you will see clearly. 2 into 5 10, 10 into 5 50. See, I haven't sent the parameter length, but it was, since it was default there, you can, the program doesn't get crashed. A good example is void profile, and also remember we can use positional and name parameter both at the same time, like string host is equal to guest. Here will be default parameter, and I will just simply print workshop is conducted by host. Okay, now if I call the function, now please concentrate because the first parameter is a positional. So I cannot just say workshop and this. No, it will show an error. So it's a positional. I have to write Flutter. And second one is named. So host will be suppose Google. And now let's run the program. See, Flutter is conducted by Google. But suppose if I forget or don't want to give the value or parameter of host, then it will not show any error, and it will simply become Flutter is conducted by guest. So if you see an example of Facebook, you will understand there will be welcome guest, and after you log in, there will be welcome your username. This is a very basic example of using default parameters. So I hope you have understood the concept deeply. There, this is all what is required for the functions concept. Talk about object oriented programming. So this concept available in other programming language as well. There is Java, PHP, Python. So it includes the way how we see our code or how we organize our code. Object means whatever object is there in the real life. If you say a car or a student or a book, you can say these are all can be combined in their own respective classes. Let's see first what I mean. I will remove everything and then classes and objects. This is a topic we will be covering today. So suppose there is a data of string name is equal to Bill Gates. I'm just inspired by them. Then string college, you can say Harvard, I guess. Yep. And string okay. Int marks. It doesn't make sense to give marks to Bill Gates. Suppose 90. Now, this is the data of one student. That is why it's possible to just write it down like this and print it one by one. But what if there are many students? So obviously you won't just sit and write string name to is equal to Elon Musk like this, because it doesn't make any sense. Here, if you see, that is all the data name, college, marks can be combined into a class called student, and then we can mention these variables, or you can say properties, because when we are talking about object oriented programming, variables are known as properties and functions are known as methods. Both are same, just when it goes inside the class, their name has changed. Nothing, well, it doesn't make any sense to me, but on how why we call it like that. But you will understand. You don't have to think that much. So let's start. What is a class? A class is a blueprint or featured common to all its objects. Object we will understand in a while. but you can just from the definition only you can understand that it's the features common in all the data, so we just make it a separate class. Example, a student class, all students will have their id and name. All students perform functions like study and play, so we can make it a class. In class, sorry, functions are called methods and variables are called properties, as I discussed earlier, that these are just interchangeable but they are called like this. Let's create a new class of first class student int id string name, then void study print, suppose studying, and just void play print playing. So now the thing is, this class has to be outside our main function, and here it is showing an error because we haven't mentioned that this um, variable will be null or not. So since we haven't assigned any value, we'll make it null safety, because if we would have assigned like this, then it's a different situation. But right now there is no value being assigned. So you can just say, if I have mentioned this class here, until and unless an object has been created, it doesn't store any memory. So you might be asking, I have used the word object multiple times, then what exactly an object means? An object is something that will assign value or access all variables and methods defined in a class. That is variables and functions, you can say. In our example, the variables are id and name, and function is study and play. So we have defined that those properties, but obviously in our application we have to do something to make use of the property, and there the concept of objects come into play. We had a student class, but now what if we want to enter a student detail? Then we have to make an instance of that class. Let's try it. We will just write var student1 is equal to student and then parenthesis. It is called like this. That is the object creation, you can say. Then you will see we can just write student1 dot, and then we can access everything. First, I will assign an ID like 1, and then student1 dot name is equal to Bill Gates. Now, if I print student1 dot name, and if I print it above, that is when we haven't assigned, let's see the output. See, first it's null because we haven't assigned the value. But then after you can see, if we wrote like this dot and then access the property, then we can assign that property a value. And if you want to access the function, you can directly say student1 dot study. See, now it will show studying, and I will just remove this. Okay, this is one object, that is this is. Now if you want, you can just create multiple student like this. Student2 object is equal to again object, and then student2 dot id is equal to 2. So now you might be thinking, or you can just see, this assignment of value is little bit not clean, you can say, because we have to do dot this dot name, We can't write it again and again. So to tackle or to solve that thing, the concept of constructors arrive. So you now again you will ask, what are constructors? This is again a concept of object oriented programming. Constructors are just like functions within a class which will run before executing any other code in that class, irrespective of their position. I will explain it. As any other method has to be called, but even if we don't call a constructor, it will automatically get executed. It's you might be thinking, what's going on? What is exactly a constructor? First, I will simply teach you how to define a constructor. A constructor is declared by writing the class name with a parenthesis. The class name is student and this parenthesis is like this. Okay, so this is a constructor. And when I mentioned that it will be executed first irrespective of its position, if I write to this constructor at the last also now, then also first of all when we create an object, this will be called, and you can just see this and this are basically same when it by their looks, or you can say by how it's written, they are both the same. And the second feature of a constructor is that a constructor is like a function, as I said, but it doesn't have any like this return type. They don't return anything, it can just execute within this class. So what we do most of the time is we assign a value. And first of all, I will just show a constructor and just write print this is a constructor, and sorry for this semicolon. And I will again just create one class, and now you see the code is written from top to bottom, but first of all this will be printed. From there only you can understand that a constructor is executed at the very beginning. See, this is a constructor, then Bill Gates, and then studying. So this is the meaning of a constructor. Just remember, it's the same name as the class name, and they don't return anything. You now you will ask me, so okay, I have understood the constructor, but what is the use of it? So mostly we have before the use, we must know what is a parameterized constructor. Just like in a normal function, how we send parameter or how we send arguments, in the same manner we have to send an parameter to this constructor. So, and then that parameter will be assigned, that is the value will be assigned to the variable present in that class. Simply here we were assigning it like this, but now onwards we will just send it, and then it will be assigned. Like let's write the parameters at first, int id and then string name. Okay, and then first thing will be this dot id is equal to, I will name it student id, just to the names are different, and this will be student name. This dot name is equal to student name. Now see, now we have, it's mandatory to send that two value. The first will be, first is id and second is name. Now I don't have to mention here, and if I run again, you will see same thing. Because, and if you want to check, I will send 100, and then let's check the id. Say id. So this student class now can assign a value. This concept will be used a lot of time while building a real application using Flutter. Yeah, next example, you can just simply see if war student 2, it's so easy now to create objects. War student 2, then 99, and then Mark Zuckerberg. And then I will just add student 2 dot name. You will just see this is a constructor two times. It's called because we are creating two objects. That is the main reason. So I hope you have understood the concept of classes, objects, and constructor. You just have to understand this much. More we will see where it is being used when we are in the Flutter. Now we will discuss about the next topic, which is what are generic types. Collections in Dart are heterogeneous by default. That means collections like list, map can contain multiple or values of different types. Just for example, again, I would like to remove all this so that we can understand this concept. Generic type. So usually what happens is if we have a list of, you can say, user, then this list can have first string, that is mark, then second data can be a integer, and third data can be boolean, you can say true. Okay, so what happened is we are using or entering multiple data types in that list, which is okay if that is required by that particular function, you can say, or particular task. The concept of generics can be used to achieve a strictness in the data types. That is, if we mention that this user list will only contain strings, then it's make sure that there will be no error while we are building that application, because we don't want the user or the person who is using our application to just insert whatever data he want to our variables, because it will show an error if anyone tries to assign different value in that thing. And a generic type is declared simply using less than greater than, that is here list then string. It means this list will only contain string. Now I have to write Bill and then Jeff. See, now the error is gone because we are doing what is being mentioned in our program. Similarly, if you want, we can just use list of int marks is equal to 33, 44, 55. If I try to enter any string, it will show an error because the element type string can be assigned to that list type integer. So it's very convenient at a lot of times. And also we have discussed list, but what if there is a map? Because map used to be like string name then a value. Suppose who else is left, I will just like Tom, and then age we will write 22. We can write 22 if it's a normal, that is we haven't mentioned any type. But if you want to restrict it, then we can just write string will be the key most of the time obviously, and then the value will only be string. In that case this 23 will show an error. We have to give a string, that is suppose age adult. I'm just giving an example. In the same way we have used in list and map, generics can be used for anything such as class, function, object. You might ask me how function, that is if there is a function, I'm just not getting an example right now, but suppose if there is a function string or list, function name will be whatever, give, add data, then it's the return type is a list. But what if we just mention list of integer here? So this return should only contain integers like this. So in while when you will see the real Flutter application, real Flutter code, you will see this generic type a lot of time. Now our next concept is about accessibility, which simply means usually if you are coming from another programming language, you must know the concept of public and private properties or variables or whatever function. So by default, all variables and functions are public and accessible to the object we create. Suppose there is a class student, sorry, class should be like this. So this int id 2 is accessible by its object like student1 dot id. But if we want to make it a private, that means only within this class this data will can be accessed, not outside. So in that case, if you can see this here, it's the issue you can say normally this is the issue of dartpad. But let's try and print, because in VS Code here you are able to see that ID, but when we will use a real programming language, or you can say when we are working in VS Code, this won't happen, because whenever we make any property inside our class a private property, it won't be accessed by its objects. So the method is just simply use underscore before the variable name. This is how we make it a private. And you might think no, it's not working here, but this is not true. This is some issue of dartpad which will be solved when we are using any good text editor. But right now the only focus should be on understanding the concept. So yeah, we have done this portion, that is controlling accessibility, which simply means how to make a variable or function private within the class. The next concept we will be understanding is what is inheritance. This is another concept in the object oriented programming. So suppose we have two classes. You can just see in the slide there are two classes, dog and cat. Within the two classes, there are some properties or some methods which are common. You can say first is color and the second is eat. So if there is only one or two classes, then it's okay. But what happens if we have multiple classes and those classes also has those function, that is also cat and dog, okay, but what if there is some like bird, that those will also have a color and an eat function. So in that case we can just make an another class which will be the parent class, you can just say, and that class can be extended or can be copied by its lower classes. So you can just say we will make a separate class and put those common characteristics. Let's do it and try. Yes, right. Inheritance concept. First of all, I will write the parent class like animal, and then it will have string, color, and void it. Void it means this is a function. Now Let's see, I have a class of call of name dog, and it will have a property of string breed, and second it will have void bark property. Let's make it null. Now what happens if I create an object of dog? Var dog is equal to dog, like this, and then if I try to access dog dot, it will only show breed and bark. But what if we also want the color? In this case the concept of inheritance comes. Now we just simply have to write class dog extends animal. Okay, this extends keyword is used when we are inheriting. So now if I write dog dot, see, we can see color as well and eat as well. And if you want, we can just directly call the eat function, like here print eating, and now run. See, you can see eating. So here dog is called the child class and this animal is called the parent class, and this dog class is inheriting from this animal class. Inheriting means these properties and methods, it can be used within this class as well. So it's good, and it this extend thing will be used in the Flutter. I haven't used that much because in Flutter everything they are already being extended internally. We just have to write the keyword and that's it. It's very rare that we will create our own classes and inherit them. It just depends upon your usage. That's it. So I hope you have understood the concept of inheritance, and then how to make a variable private, like simply this underscore, and the generic type. Generic type is used mostly with list, map, and other thing. So that's all for the object oriented portion of Dart language. We will be talking about exception handling. So if you are building any application, definitely there will be times where you will encounter some errors, or those errors in the programming language, it's called exception. So you can just see the definition here. When a program ends abruptly or have an error, this situation is known as an exception. So definitely everyone knows that there will be an error, so it's better to handle it accordingly so that our application doesn't crashes. Now, what is this try catch block? So by the name only, you can understand that first let's try this block of code, and if there is any error, then catch the error and do something with it. So this is the meaning of this statement. Okay. Now let's try in our dartpad, because obviously it's good if we do it practically. Now let's have a new variable of year 2021, and then int 0 is equal to 0. So I hope you know that numbers cannot be divided by 0. So if we just write int result is equal to year divided by 0, then at present it will show infinity. But I will, okay, now see, a type of double can't be assigned to a variable of type int, because when we are dividing like this, the result will come in a decimal point. To avoid that, we will use this symbol. It does what? It simply gets the first value and removes the decimal portion. Now, if I run it in the console, you will get this error here. Uncaught error, unsupported operation. So you can see it's already mentioned here that it's an uncaught error. So now to solve this, we will use the try catch block, and it is written like this. First try, and this catch is a function, and this e will catch the error. You can say that error will be stored in this variable e, so that we can use and print it. Now let's try this and print e here. Okay, and we will just write. Now first I would like to write handled exception, then e, that is the whatever the exception it is there. So earlier it was red color, now see, it's a normal printer printing, not an exception. It's like handle exception and then unsupported operation. So this is the way how we write a code. For example, just assume in that try catch there is some database call, and obviously there will be times that suppose the server has some error, the internet is not working. In that case, we will catch the error and show some kind of dialog box or alert to the user regarding the same, rather than our application crashes, and this will be a very bad experience to the user. So you can see from the slide, this is how we handle an exception. Another example of exception can be having a list. So let's assume we have a list of marks, and it will contain 30, 98, 77. Okay. It will contain three values. So the index will start from 0 and end at 1, 2, 2. So what will happen if we try to print marks 3, which is not there in the list? So definitely there it should show an error, but the error is handled, and see range error, index out of range. Index should be less than 3. And if I write 2, then simply it will print 77, and this catch block, obviously since there is no error, this won't be executed. So I hope you have understood the concept of exception handling using try catch. When you will be working on a Flutter application, this try and catch block will be used intensively, because we will make sure no error, no situation should occur where the user should get annoyed and uninstall our application. So, okay, more of this we will learn in the Flutter section. What are static variables and static methods? So, if you heard about this static and thing, so it's again the concept of object oriented programming. Now let's have a class of student. So now I'm talking about static properties. So just remember there were instance variables as well. So what are instance variable? If we mention like int marks is equal to 0, this is an instance variable. Okay. And simply, if I want to declare a static variable, I will just write static keyword and then int, what should I write? User has marks. I will just write score. Just for example, this is static variable. This is static variable. Just with the name keyword static, it becomes a static variable. So you might be thinking, what's the difference? We will just come to that in a while. Now let's have a function that is method as well. Void increase marks. I should just semicolon. marks plus plus, and same I will just write void increase score and write score plus plus. That is our instance variable. I will just remove all this. Now, in order to access an instance variable, we have to create an object. So we have already done that before. Var student name is equal to, this is an object, and after that, if I write print and I want to print marks, then I will just simply write student one dot marks, and this score I will just do it from 10, and I will just add plus equal 10. It will just be incremented plus 10 10, so that we don't get confused. Now, okay, if I run now, it will print 0. What if I want to print the score? Then let's try with the object we created, student1 dot see. If I write dot, then score won't be accessible. It's not accessible because it's a static value, static property. To access that, we have to directly do it from the class name. That is, student is the class name, then dot, then score. See, so that's a very different approach or a different concept. You have to remember that if we want to access instance variable, then it's we have to make an object first. But if we have a static variable, then we don't have to create any object. Through the class directly we can access the value. Okay, you have understood till now. Now I would like to do what? I would like to access student1 dot increase marks, and I will write student1 dot increase, sorry, student spelling wrong, student1 dot increase score. Okay, and then again I will just print the values here. So I hope you know what will be the answer. It will be then 1 and 20 down here, 1 and 20. Okay, now let's do one thing. We will create another object. Var student2 is equal to student. Okay, we have a new object. Then if I write print student2 dot marks, and then through student2 I will do increase score. Okay, that is the static variable, but I am doing it with the second object. So I, in your mind you might think, now if I again print the static thing, if I now print the static thing, then it should just have the score as 10 and then again 20 because it's a new object. Let's run, but you will just see the difference here. Say this marks student2 dot marks is 0, but this student dot score is continuation. That is, from first object we did some changes, from second object we also did some changes to a static variable, but all that, but there will be different objects but the value will be same. But in case of an instance variable, it will again start from 0. So that is the main difference between a static and an instance variable. That is, instance variable will be called or will be initiated multiple times, but a static value will only be initialized one. Then after the same data will be fetched from the memory. At least it will be memory efficient, because most of the time we know there are some data that which won't be changed in the class. Suppose there is a student, then the college name suppose won't change, or suppose there is a bank, class bank, the name of the bank or something which is unique and won't change. So we may not want to use the memory of creating it again and again. So in that case we use the static keyword. I hope you have understood that it's just the difference that an instance variable consumes more memory, because with every object it is initialized from zero, that is from the beginning, but the static will just get be continued. The same value will be continued. Now you have understood static properties, that is properties. Now it's time you understand static, what it's called, method. Simply just write a static keyword before a method. That's it. But if you make it static, definitely it won't be accessible through the object. So I won't suggest to change this, but I will just have static void, or you will write static string college return word word. Okay. Now to access that, we simply have to just write print student dot college, like this. So just remember, this is not an object. We are directly accessing it through its class name. Object is this and this. These two are objects which can only access directly the instance variable or the instance methods. I will just write it here. It is instance method. This is instance method, but this is static method. So this was the logic behind the static and instance keywords. I hope you have understood and enjoyed till now. Now we are just about to end our Dart course, and after that we will directly deep dive into Flutter. Out of them, the first concept is called the ternary operators. So I will just write ternary operator. So you might ask, what is a ternary operator? It is nothing but a, a way to write if else statement. So you just know how to write if else, this if and then here else, simply like this. Suppose I have a value int age is equal to 25. To here I will just write if age is greater than 18, print allowed, suppose, and then if not, print not allowed. Okay, so this is our normal if else statement. So you might be asking, what is a ternary operator? So ternary operators are used to just cater down the code we write, or to just make sure it's very clean when we write it. It's not like it's not taking too much space. It's like I will just write age greater than 18. If it's true, then print yes, else print no. See, this is the ternary operator. So I will just mention here again this and then this. I will run the program and see, we have the output yes. So ternary operator is a way to write the if else statement, and yes, you will be using it a lot of time. because you can just see the difference with your own eyes. That is, it's just a one line of code, and earlier we have to wrote so many code to do the same thing. So it's just written like the condition, then the question mark. That is, if the condition is true, then what we have to do. And with this colon, it means if this condition is not true, then what we have to do. Simple as that. Now, this ternary operator is over. The concept is over. After that, our final and important concept is null safety. Earlier also you have used this null safety. If you remember, it was the question mark in the data type, which means the value can contain null as well. This null safety was introduced very recently. So if you go back 6 months back, or in the end of 2020, you can say you won't be hearing, or you won't be using this null safety because it was not in the production mode. It happened on 3rd March 2021. The concept of null safety was introduced officially. Earlier, when we declare any variable, it can contain value or can be left null by default. This may create errors when we run the app. That is why the concept of null safety was introduced. Now, when we declare any variable, it is assumed that it will not be null unless we declare using certain keyword, which we will discuss later on. Null safety was already activated. See here down, it was already activated here, and in Flutter, it is on by default. So you have no other choice of removing it. So what was introduced in the null safety concept? There were some new keywords or operators. First is this question mark, which we have used before. We use it to denote that a variable can contain a real value or can be null as well. In this case, we already know that the value can be null, and we will handle that accordingly. There will be no scope for any unknown exception error in runtime, because earlier it was like there was a variable, suppose string, which will contain a user ID, and if that is null, then it will be a lot of trouble because we won't be able to fetch any information from our database without the user ID. So let's write it down. Let's write, if this string friend is equal to Elon Musk. Okay, then it's not showing any error. But what will happen if we write if string is equal friend is equal to null? Now this will show an error because we cannot assign a null value to a data type of string. But if we know that this value may be null, then we have to use this operator. Now there isn't any issue. Either this friend variable will be null, or this friend variable will contain a string like this. So this is the use of the question mark keyword. So let's do it. Let's do some more thing. Suppose we have a function set friend. It will contain a name, and it will accept a name. You will just write name dot to uppercase, and we will call this function here. Just write Bill Gates. Let's run. I just made it wrong. Now let's run. Obviously, that function was written below, so that's why it was showing an error. Now, what will happen if we try to send a null value? In this case, now it will show an error because null cannot be sent to a string. But if we make it null safety, then this error will be gone, but the error will be here because if it's null, then how this function will be executed? Because we are saying that the name variable will be null, but again there will be error as we have some kind of function. To tackle that, we have to check here if name is equal to null, then here only I will return the function and not execute below. So now this is a proper way of checking if the value is null or not. So this concept is very important, and there is another keyword to check if a value is null or not, which is this keyword question mark and dot, which will be used. Now let's see null. So it's checking whether this name is null or not. If it's null, then just print out null, or if it's a name that is Bill Gates, then what will happen? It will execute the function. So this is a better way to just check the null, what you say, if any variable is null or not. After that, the next keyword is required. This is a change which is being done in the code. If you remember how what were named arguments, it were just like this and just like string name and print here name. It will show an error because the name can be null. So either we have to use this question mark to solve this, or we simply write required keyword here. Required. Yes, this keyword, which simply means we have to send a value. We cannot just send null to this function. So that is the use of required keyword mostly in the times where the values can be optional, that is in name parameter, or if you don't want to write required, then the other thing is just to give a default value, that is suppose guest, like this, and it will be equal. So this is a default value if the string name is containing null. I will just go and test and send null here. Sorry, it should be I at least string. Now if I am not sending anything, then it will be name, because I am not saying it will be null, but we can just make it optional. And if I write Elon Musk, then what will happen? Since it's a name argument, it should be like this. See, while we are programming, we have to just make sure we don't do all these kind of mistakes. You have to remember the difference between a name variable, name parameter, and a positional parameter. So I hope you have understood a little bit about null safety thing, because this concept is very much important. After that, the next keyword, which is this exclamation, to tell the compiler that we are very sure that the value will not be null. We are confident that variable will always hold a value, then only we will use this keyword. Let's try it of our own. Now, let's suppose we have this string new name variable which can be null. We have right here. And what will happen if I send this string to the myname function, which also accept a name parameter, which is a string. If I just write new name here, You will just see it will show an error because we are sending a string, that is a nullable string, to a string. But what will happen if we just give an exclamation here, which means we are very sure that this is having a value. So to make sure we have something, we are very much sure that the value will not be null in the future also, we use this exclamation. But remember, this exclamation is a very tricky thing, because if we are wrong with our thing, that means if we are saying that the value will not be null, and if the value is null, then we will have this kind of errors in our application, which is not good. So you might be thinking that it's too much to digest, but just have some patience, because definitely when we are in the Flutter course, we will understand all these concepts very clearly. So we have understood keywords like question mark, exclamation, then required keyword. Now the last change is the late keyword. It's very simple. This keyword is used when we are sure that we will initialize the value of the variable later on, which means no matter what, when the object of the class is being created, we will initialize, or we will make sure that variable is not null. So just remember, if you later forget to assign the value to a late string or a variable, it will show error. So if you have a class of student, we can just write late int id like this, late int sorry, string name, and this means this id will be printed, sorry, will not be left null no matter what. So if we have print id function, just write print id, so then it's fine, it will not show any error. But if we remove the late button, see, then it will then there is an error, because it's showing that first please have a value here like 2 3 like this. But using the late keyword, we can remove this error and just say to the compiler that don't take this much stress, we know that this variable is important, and we will make sure it has a value at the end of the object creation. So that's it. These were the concept of null safety. Now to make sure Flutter is being installed properly, we can just use a command like Flutter version. First open your command prompt and then just write this command and press enter. If you can see any version, then hooray, you have installed it correctly. And if there is any newer versions as well, then also you can see it, like a new version of Flutter is available. But right now we will be working with Flutter 2.2.0. If needed later on the videos, we will upgrade it, but not now. So Flutter is properly installed in your system. Now to create a Flutter project, there are two methods or two ways. First is using Android Studio. If you use Android Studio a lot, then you can just go and open Android Studio and install the required extensions for Flutter, because there will be one extension tool in Android Studio as well. You simply have to download or install the Flutter tools. But I don't prefer Android Studio because first of all, it uses a lot of your PC resources. It makes it slower, I guess, because I am a more of a VS Code user or text reader. I prefer US Code. So that's why we will be using VS Code. Make sure you install it in your system. It's very easy. You can just Google it down. Now to create a Flutter project, first go to the folder where you want your first project, then just open a command prompt there and simply write Flutter create. This is the code, or you can say way to create a new project. And after the create, whatever name you give will be your project name. That is your app name. You can say, obviously, you can change it later on. It's not an issue. We will just simply Flutter tutorial. Okay, click enter. So it will just download and create your Flutter project. If you are seeing all done, that's it. You have done it correctly. Inside the Flutter project, you might see a lot of files which we will discuss now only. But before that, you just open your VS Code, go to File, and just open. And here, you simply have to open your Flutter project like this. There will be one welcome, just leave it. So here you can see all the folders and files that were present. You have successfully used VS Code. Now, what we will do, we will see more about this folder structure. There are different folders, that is Android, iOS, lib, test, pubspec.yaml, then web. There are a lot of folders and other files. We just have to remember that the Android folder is where Android related files are stored. We don't change it a lot. We will just use it for some things like what will be the icon of your application Android device, what will be the name of the application, or very few things specific to Android or plugins, but not the whole course. Same with the iOS folder. iOS folder is have all the files which will be used to build an iOS application. But we will just do the changes, small changes which are required, not the core code. Now the lib. This lib folder is the main thing. This is the folder which we will use it again and again. This is where we will be working on most of the time. By default, it contains main.dart. This is the entry point of the Flutter application. As I told, we have already seen in the Dart section that the main.dart or the main function is the entry point. If you go and click on main.dart, you will see this main function here, same. And definitely there will be other codes as well, and you might get overwhelmed at present, so don't look at those code. Just remember this main function. After that, there is test is where you put the unit testing code for the application. When you are ready, when your application is ready for production, you have to test it a lot of time. Testing is a whole different topic which we won't be covering, because before going to test, you must have a very clean structured Flutter application. And the next and very important file is pubspec.yaml file. This file defines the version and build number of your app. You will just see this version and all. This will be used when you are publishing your application to any Play Store or iOS store. First uses is this, and then these dependencies. And you might be asking, what are dependencies? We will see and understand it in the next video as well, because dependencies means your application will definitely depend on third party software or library or plugins. This is also very important file, and it should have a separate video to discuss. But just remember, I have skipped other folders and files because most of the time we won't really need to touch them. We only have to work on lib, pubspec.yaml and little bit on within the Android and iOS folder. So now you have your Flutter application up. It's time to run it in a device. For device, just open Android Studio because you should have an emulator. And if you don't have the emulator, you can use your physical Android device as well. You just have to make sure you have debugging mode on in your Android device settings. Here, just click on configure AVD manager. Here I have a device. You can also create your virtual device as well. It's very easy. But I have this Pixel 3a API 28. I will just run it. It may take a little bit time. See, your emulator is here. It's a Android device. Now simply what you have to do is in your VS Code, go to main.dart and in the run, just click on start debugging. And now you have to wait a while because for the very first time, it will take some time. But you can see it's launching your main.dart on that emulator in debug mode. So this is good. This is working. I just want to say that Flutter is a very awesome tool. It's like it's very easy to understand and easy to work in. And that also you have understood that all the basic concepts in any programming language are the same as in the Dart language. Just remember when you are using Android Studio, your system might be laggy or it may hang because it uses a lot of your RAM. So you might not use or do any other thing while you are working on an Android emulator because it itself is making your system work very hard and you don't want the application to crash because your computer or your operating system could not handle it. Yeah, it's showing build outputs Flutter APK app debug.apk. So I hope you know that .apk is the extension of an Android device application. Now, okay, see, you will have this screen where it's like Flutter demo homepage, and in the middle there will be like you have pushed the button this many times, and the button is here. If I click on it, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's increasing. So finally, we have our Flutter application running in our emulator. In the next video, we will be talking more about Flutter concepts such as widgets and other things. For now, I hope you have enjoyed learning it. Today, we will talk about widgets. When we are working in Flutter, you will encounter this word a lot of time because everything within a Flutter application is a widget, from a simple text to buttons to screen layouts. I will just set you an example that if you are coming or if you have any experience from in web development, then you will understand that there are navbar, text field, div, tables in Bootstrap or in HTML. In Flutter, all those things which are the UI elements are called widgets. That's it. So it's not a very difficult concept. I'm not saying that widgets are only the UI thing, but for the basic understanding, you have to remember that if you see anything in the screen, it will be a widget. That's it. Now, every widget will have properties, or you can say arguments, which we have to pass. So if you remember named arguments concept from the earlier Dart program, Dart tutorials we have already done, like in the same way, every widget is also a function, you can say, because in the back of the Flutter core code, it's mentioned like a named argument. I will just give you an example here. Definitely this code you should not touch, you just see what I'm talking about. This center is a widget, so its property is accepting is one property is called child. Just imagine, yeah, I'm just writing it here. We have a function called center, and here it might be accepting something as named argument, suppose string name. Here it's same thing is there, but it's a widget property called child. That is why when we are calling this center widget, we in the child property we are sending again a different widget. This is a column. In the upcoming videos we will deep dive into all the widgets, that is center, column, text, whatever there are widgets, we will understand each and everything. But right now I just want to give a basic overview, because at least you should know what is the meaning of the word widget. Now you can read here that, and that property will most of the time accept a widget as its value. As I told, as I have shown you that in the child property, it's accepting a column which is again a widget. And the last thing is every widget start with its name followed by parenthesis. So again I will write, and suppose this is one widget text, then parenthesis, and within itself you have other properties, suppose child, like this, and this child again accept a value. But in the text it's not child, I guess it's different, but I'm just giving you a basic example. Now just see this image. This is an application built using Flutter. So here if you can see this button of word detail, or this image, or this arrow, all these are widgets. This text is again a widget. This nav bar is again a widget. Second example, it's a very basic food delivery application, but it's looking so good because it's built with Flutter. So these categories are also a widget called row, because it's from left to right, horizontal. Then inside it, this circular thing or whatever, or this search icon is also a widget. Same like this example, this search bar is again a widget. This navigation button is again a widget. This image is again a widget. Widget? There is the image widget. That's it. You will see it in the later video, but I just want to show you that whatever you are seeing right now in the screen, all of them are different widgets. That's it. Don't I if you are overwhelmed, then also it's okay, because it's fine. Yeah, you haven't done or worked on anything like this, but it's very simple. Okay, till now this is enough with the topic of widgets. In today's session we will be covering a very basic topic of assets. So you might be asking, what are assets? Just imagine you have an application, and definitely in that application you will have some images, some different images, your company's logo, or some different font files, or some animations, whatever you say. You have some different files for your application. At that time you have to make sure you have done the you have told your Flutter project that these are the assets I want to be included in my application. That's it. So for that, what you have to do is go to your Flutter project folder. You will see different folders here. You just have to create a new folder of assets or whatever name you want to give. I usually give it assets because it's convenient for me. Then within the assets, what assets you want. If you have just, if you want, you can also just drop all your files here directly. But I prefer again creating a folder of images. If you want, you can have different folders as well, such as fonts or whatever. So in this way, you have your all the folders structured properly. Now in the images, just go and copy any image you want and just simply paste it. I have this image. If you want to see what I have this basic image. Now what you have to do is you have your folder here properly, but now it's time we implement or we tell our Flutter project that this folder is the assets folder. For that, you have to go to the pubspec.yaml file. Now, just remember this pubspec.yaml file is very sensitive file, because if you have an extra tab or extra space or whatever, your whole application will crash. So just remember and be very careful. So don't touch anything. Just remember here. Here you can see this assets thing which is in the comment. So simply go to A and before A and just start backspacing 2 times. That's it. And again here backspace 2 times, not more than that. Because if you are seeing any error, just remember to undo and try it again. Now this assets code is already there to mention the folder names. Here I will just write it from the start. It's like assets and then images and then like this. That's it. It simply means this assets folder, there within that folder there is an images folder. Just upload it. Stop my Flutter debug session. Since you have done a changes, core changes, and simply if you want to include fonts, here this is the font thing where you just have to uncomment it and mention your font file location. Right now we are not dealing with fonts because it's not the most important thing in your application for the beginners. Now more about this pubspec file. Just remember, first important thing is this version, and right now we won't use it. You will only use it when you are publishing your application to any Android or app store, Apple app store. Second is this dependencies folder. Now you might be asking me, what is this dependency? If you have any external package or plugin to implement in your Flutter application, we use this dependencies thing. And when I am telling you external package, that you have a website called pubdev. You can just see is a package manager for Flutter application. Here you will get a lot of packages and everything. See HTTP parser, path, Google sign in, number picker, Nike button. So this will help you build your application very fast, and definitely you have to use it. So I will just go and search, suppose HTTP. Then you have this HTTP library. Just simply go, and in the dependencies you just have to copy it like this and paste it below like this and save. But right now we are not doing it because this dependency won't be used at present. I just want to show you what is this assets and pubspec.yaml file, and what are external dependencies which you will be using extensively later on when we are building a intermediate Flutter application. We have to have our hands dirty by writing code ourselves. Bring out your VS Code and just simply go to main.dart. Now, what you have to do is you have to simply go and remove all the code except the main function. Here, like this, we just remove all the code, and in the main.dart file, which is the entry point, you have to simply write material app, material app, and then title my first, and then home. That's it. So we have imported material package at the very top because we will be using the material design which is developed by Google, Android's material design. For iOS, you can also use Cupertino package, but it only works on Mac system, or you will say you will need a iOS device to make it look good. But most of the time you will be using the material design and just use a few iOS buttons or elements as well if you want in the future. And also you can see we are implementing material design, that's why we are using material app here. And material app is a widget. As I said, it is the name and then parenthesis which accepts two properties, that is first is title and second is home. Title is name of your application which is shown in the text bar, that is when you go out of your application or when your application is in the background. But and this home is the main layout which will be visible to the user. So okay, we have our first Flutter application. You have understood till now, that is the main function is the entry point. After that, you might be asking me, what is that run app? Run app is the default, what you will say, it is the default way of Flutter of running our application. So you just have to remember it because it's predefined. We cannot do or we cannot change it, but we can know more about widgets, which is the core concept. So first of all, we will be talking about the text widget. In any application, definitely you have to put out something for the user to read. Either it's his or her username or what, or any simple basic data. For that also, you have to first know what widget to use in order to print on the screen. Earlier, we used to just write print in the Dart code because at that time we were just printing in the debug console, which was nothing. It was just for the developers' convenience. But now we will be writing something which will be shown to the user, that is in the application. So text is the widget, as I told you, name and then parenthesis. And in this, it's accept first thing as a string, which is a positional argument. You have to remember the Dart concepts by heart in order to make sure you don't get confused or ask what is this, why this parameter is sent like this and not in as a named argument. I will get back to the named argument as well, but now you simply just have to save, then bring out your emulator and then run your application. And also you can see in the test file, because we have removed the codes, you if you want you can just remove this widget test for now. because we don't need it. Now again, just run your application. You have to, it may take a while. In the last session also we have understood how to import assets. That's why we had cancelled the debugging session that time. If we do any code changes in the app, we must stop debugging and then restart it so that the app knows what changes it's been done. I just want you guys to get familiar or get used to this widget concept of writing, that is first name, then parenthesis, then inside the parenthesis either it will be a name parameter like this, title or name, or a positional parameter like this in text field. Again, it will take a little bit while, you have to wait. It's taking a bit longer time, but yeah, it's done. It's at least our debug APK is being built. It's a very time consuming process, but for any good thing to happen, we have to wait. Just ignore whatever it's displayed in the debug console. We don't have to worry about that. But see, the output will be here, and tada! We have a very ugly looking first Flutter application. But just see, we have successfully outputted the text on the app screen. So that means if you have published this application in Play Store, all the users will whenever they open this application, they will see this text of my first Flutter application. Now you might be thinking, this is looking very ugly. The text is stick to the top, and that is why, to make it beautiful, we will be using our next widget, that is scaffold widget. So what is a scaffold widget? To change the color of the whole application or use app bar buttons or anything like bottom sheet or anything, we use this scaffold widget. It gives a good look to your application. It has all the necessary elements. Now we will just go to our code. Simply inside the home, you will remove and write scaffold. This is also a widget which will accept. And now to know what properties it accepts, you can just write control and space and see here. It first these are all the properties that it accepts. First, you can choose app bar. This app bar will again accept an app bar widget. Now inside the app bar widget, again click type control plus space. There will be lot of properties. The one we need is title. Then this title will accept text. You can just flutter rocks, allow restart, whatever you want, just control S. And now see the change. See, it's looking very beautiful than before, just because we have used the scaffold widget. That here, whatever you are seeing, that is this app bar or this white thing, is inside because of the scaffold widget. Now this white portion is the body where you will output whatever thing you want to show to the user. In the scaffold, first property is app bar, then you will just go in after this comma, control and space, and write body. In the body you will have another text which will write my first Flutter application, and again control S. So you might be thinking nothing is being shown, and that the reason is because the color of the text and the color of the background is same. To now to change the background color, I will just go to scaffold. I will write background color. You don't have to understand what I am doing right now. Background dot red, suppose. See, if I restarted the application, it's showing My first Flutter application, because earlier it was in the white color. In the upcoming videos, we will understand how to change colors like this. I did it now just to show you the output of the body. So this red thing is the body of your application. You just have to remember till here that app bar and body are the property of scaffold widget. App bar has title as its property, which accepts text widget for now, because title you can have any widget, which we will discuss one by one. If you want to see another property of app bar, you can just go below title and write center title and then true. This is a property which itself says it will center the title. This app title will go to the center of your application. So I hope you have enjoyed learning till now, because you are capable of building a basic Flutter application. At least you have something on the screen right now, which is very cool. So we will continue exploring other widgets as well. Till now, we have a very basic looking application. It's not an application, it's just a UI with some text in it. The next widget, which we will be talking about, is the center widget. It's a very simple and does what its name says. It centers down any widget. So if we want to center the text in the body, then we can wrap the text widget inside a center widget. So you can see this my Flutter application is in the very top left side, and if you want it to the center of the body, that is center of the screen, we just have to wrap it. And what do you think, what do you mean by wrap? If you go, you can just simply see this material thing inside, then it's scaffold. This app bar is wrapped under scaffold, this text is wrapped inside app bar. Now if I want to use a center widget, you can just go one step of doing is just copy or cut it here, then sorry, center widget, this is the widget, then we go inside, we have a child property, and we just simply paste it. So this is wrapped by another widget which is center. Let's check out our app. See, we have the text within the center of the screen. Just remember, I told you this was the first way, and the second way, so I will just undo it. Second way is just simply go click on this bulb thing, so fixes, and here you can write wrap with a widget and just simply write center. This is also another way to do the same thing, because when we have a bigger application, it's impossible that we just cut and paste all the time, because there are a lot of commas, there are a lot of brackets involved in our application. Now also remember, we cannot just directly print string inside the center, like we'll just cut it and see, you cannot just directly write string here like this. No, you have to use child property. Inside the child you have, and you have to use another widget which is a text widget. Right now we are using, but since child is a data type of widget, you can see here, if I hover over it, that means it will accept any widget. Till now we haven't learned about other widgets, that's why I'm just using the basic text widget. So I hope you have understood the center widget. It's a very basic widget. Now the next widget we will be talking about is floating action button. So I'm assuming you already know WhatsApp application. In your WhatsApp application, in the bottom right side, you will see an icon, on a button. That is the floating action button. So we can implement the floating action button by the property by the same name, that is floating action button, to scaffold widget. What I mean by that, you have your scaffold widget here. First property we just gave it background color for as we have to make it red. Second property was app bar. Third property was body. Now we have this comma. And if I go and control S, see, there are so many other properties is except, but we will be using the floating action button. So the floating action button accepts the widget name floating action button like this. You can see it now has floating action button and it has two properties which is mandatory. First is child and the second is on pressed. So child, we will just have a simple text of add. I will just restart or save our application so that the changes will be shown in the UI. In the right hand side here, you can see this add button. So this is a floating action button. Right now, when we click on it, it does nothing. If you want to see, you can just go on pressed and just write print hello and save it. Now, if I go and click, now if I go and click on our add button in the debug, you can see there is this hello printout, printing out. But the main thing is you have to understand that this is the way of writing code of a Flutter application. There are properties, there are widgets. Within widgets, again, there are properties. That property will again accept some widget. And then this on pressed is again the property of floating action button. You have to remember where it starts, where it ends, which property is of which widget. And if you're still getting confused, I would just like to tell you that assume this is a function. We are calling a function a floating action button and then sending two arguments, named arguments. That's it. First one accepts a widget and the second one accepts a function. That's it. Again, for every widget, the first letter is always capital. You can see this F, this T, this C center, this scaffold S. So every widget has capital letter of first word. And every property is accepting another widget as its value. So this is a property child, it accepts text and all the properties have a starts with a small letter say b a app bar a floating action button this one f which is the property this f is small letter and in most of the widget the child property will be common. Here you can see child, this is also child, so the child property will be common in many of the widgets. If you are still getting confused, I will just ask you to pause for some time and just try to do it on your own and do some mistakes so that you will understand it properly. But I hope this video has cleared and given you the information of two more widgets. First one is the center widget and second one is the floating action button widget. We will be learning how to change color and give styling to our elements. Now to change color of any element such as the app bar, we have certain properties such as in an app bar, there is a property called background color. Now, usually when we were dealing with other properties, we had the value of string or integer or a widget. But now the case is little different. The value of a color is written by using the keyword colors dot and followed by the name of the color. Now let's do it practically. We will now change the color of our app bar. We'll go and now see other properties here and one of them is background color. I will just write colors dot amber. It's one of the colors. Now check our application. This blue, does it changes? Yes, it changed. Now it's in yellow color, yellowish color you can say, because it's a different shade definitely. So I hope you have understood that giving colors is very easy. This colors dot, and if that widget has a property that is here its background color. In other elements there may be different. Now to change the color of the floating action button, again we have to go and check if there is any property. Now here you can see there is a property called background color, and we will just write colors dot. Earlier the color was blue, I will just make it green. Let's see, does it work? I hope yes, it has changed. So obviously when you are building a real world application, you will have different color combinations for your app. So it's necessary to understand that which color to use and how to implement the color code. Now the next thing what we will doing is how to style the text element. So to change the color or give styling to a text, we have to give a property of style to the text widget. So now again you can just read, there is a property called style. Let's go to the text element. This first one is a positional argument that is at 0. Next one, let's see here. There is style, text align, text direction. I will be using style property. Now, as I mentioned, a text widget also accept different arguments, but just remember the first property is positional where we mention the actual text, and other properties are name arguments, such as one of them is style. Now style property will accept another widget as its value, which is the style text style widget. So here we just have to write text style, and inside that we can mention the changes or whatever properties we want, such as first I would like to change the colors dot blue, let's say. Let's see here, does it change? Yes. Also I would like to remove this red color background, it's not looking nice. So it's done. Okay. Now the next property we will be using is font size. Now let's change our font size to 30. Sorry, font size, it should be font size. Yes, it accepts an integer or you can say double value. So see, the font size has changed. Next property we will use is the font style, and there will be font style dot italic and normal. So what is this italic? I hope you know that it will just give a tilted position here. See this. And another styling we used is font weight, which is font weight dot bold. It will just have a bolder look to it. See, so this is how we do styling to our text element. Just remember there are other properties as well. Here you can just check its background color, decoration, font family, height, letter spacing, word spacing, shadows. So if you want, you can use all of those, but it's very use specific if you want to use it or not. But usually in most of the application, you will be using color, font size, and font weight also. If you want to make sure that text is highlighted, you can say. So I hope you have understood the concept of changing color and styling, because we will be discussing what are stateless widget. So until now we were writing code in our main function only. But this is not the case when we build a real application. There we definitely have to separate our code into smaller pieces and use them wherever required. We can create our own widget which will contain all the other widgets in it. The types of custom build widget are stateless and stateful widget. Right now, you just have to focus on stateless widget. Definitely, we will be covering the other widget in the later videos. So here you can see we can create a stateless widget by extending our class to stateless widget. and have a bare minimum implementation like this. So this is a very basic code of a stateless widget. Let's go in the main file. Let's have a new file called home dot dot. So now here you can just simply, first what you have to do is have to import a material package. Then you can have class home screen which extends stateless widget. See, okay, so here it's done. Now simply you have to go and click this bulb. You can say there is one missing override. If you click on it, it will give you this thing. So here you just have to return something. I will just return this scaffold here. So see our first screen, that is home screen written, which is a stateless widget. So you might be asking me, okay, but what is this stateless widget exactly means? So just simply remember that data within a stateless widget cannot be changed after it's being rendered. Suppose we want that after a button is clicked, the color of the text should be changed. This is not possible in stateless widget because the color, that is the green, is rendered. That is when we open our application, it's being rendered there. So in a stateless widget, it's not possible to change the color or later on. It's like within a click, or if user do some hover or whatever it is, if the user interacts with it, then for those kind of thing you must have a stateful widget. But you will understand the difference between both of them slowly. Now here any name, that is this is a stateless widget. There is a name of the widget and it has to override the function called build, which returns a widget as a return type. This widget means this can be scaffold, this can be container, this can be button, this can be icon. So it's not like stateless widget is always a complete screen. It can also be separate chunk of codes as well. No need to take this much stress at present. You just have to go with the flow. So now let's see implements. Let's implement the stateless widget now, this concept. So what you have to do is simply go to this and cut this scaffold and paste it here. Now within this home screen you just have to write home screen, and in the top you have to import that screen by like this. Now if I restart again, you will see nothing has changed, but we have our home screen on a separate file which is a stateless widget. And what I mean by stateless, I would like to explain it again. That is, this color of the text, that is blue, won't be changed if I try to click on it on this ad. So simply this is the meaning of a stateless widget. Now if I want to change the color of this amber, what again, green, let's say blue. See, this is blue now. And if you see, now control s hot reload is working perfectly. Earlier it was not, because we wrote everything in the main dot file, like not like this widget. But now when we press on control s, this build function is being rendered again, is called and being rendered again. My first Flutter project I will write and just write control s. See, it's working perfectly. So now that is why hot reload will work now. Earlier you might be thinking why it's not working, just because we haven't separate it in stateless or stateful widget, because at that time only the build function will be recalled and the changes will be done. So I hope you have understood the concept of stateless widget and were able to separate your code from one file to multiple files. More about this we will definitely learn when we will be building some basic projects, but right now this much knowledge is enough. How to display an image in our application. So until now, we were just displaying text, but a real application will definitely contains images. So now there are two types of images mostly. That is, one is network image and the other is asset image. Now network image, when we say network image, it means the image will come from the internet. That is, we are not hosting that image or we are not storing that image in our Flutter code. So we must have an URL of that image in order to show it. First of all, bring out your browser and just write Google's any image you want. I will just Flutter logo. Then I have so many images. I will just choose this image and write copy image address. Now here you can see this network image syntax is image.network. Then inside that we have to paste the URL. Let's go. Now in the center I will remove this text and write image.network and just simply paste it here like this. Let's see, are we able to show the image or it's showing? Yes, see, this is the first time we are using an actual image in our application and it was so much easy. Right now we removed that earlier text widget because we cannot pass two widgets directly inside a child. This issue definitely will be solved in the later videos where we will discuss about the widget which we can use to display multiple widgets in our application. Now there are some properties as well, such as here you can see height. So height we can give, if I reduce the height, image will be very little, very small. If I change it, say like this. So this is how we work with network images. Now the other thing is an asset image. To insert an image which is already present in your system. So usually what we do is make a folder images in root directory like this. Here we have made assets and inside that we made images directory before, because it's very clean folder structure to make. Now we paste a file inside that like this. I have this image6.png file. Next step is to go to pubspec.yaml and uncomment the assets section which we have already done like this. See, this assets section we have uncommented it. Make sure of indentation or else it will show error, which means this file is very sensitive. So you have to make sure you don't give any extra space or tabs in it. You just have to write like this assets. Now it will know that inside our assets images there will be all the files. Also you can write your image directory location with or without the image name. That is, if we don't mention the image name like this also, then also it's correct because it will upload all the images in it. Now inserting, how to insert an asset image. Earlier for network image we simply did image.network. Now we will do image.asset. Image.asset like this. Then we will just write assets, then images, then what is the name of the file? Image 6.png, 6.png. And now let's see, does it work? See, we have our asset file uploaded. That is, our Flutter application would know which file we are talking about. And this is not coming from the internet. Now we can change some properties as like height, we can give 100, say like this. Width also we can change. These are the other properties which you can change, but right now we don't want to. Usually height is okay with suppose 150 as well. It's looking good. So it's very important to understand the difference between asset and network image, because in your real world application you will be playing with images all the time. All application have some kind of image in them. Either it's an asset image like the app's logo, because it won't change easily, so we can just send it to them via in our code. And there will be something like a user's profile image. It will be coming from the database, because the user will change it, may change it frequently. That's the difference. Now it's time to learn about the other widgets, such as the icon widget. Flutter comes loaded with tons of icons which can be used to make our app more beautiful. If you see any application, whether it's with Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, there you will definitely see some kind of icons, because it is very pleasant to the eye. People can directly relate to that icon. Now, syntax is very simple. First, we have to write icon, and inside that, we cannot just directly write the name of the icon. We have to write like icons dot any icon name. Suppose icons dot user, icons dot alarm, whatever. Let's try it. I will remove the child of the image. Now, I will just add icon, and then icons dot access alarm. Now I will just simply save it, and see, our icon is displayed on the screen, and it's so much easy. Now, like any other widget we use, definitely we can change its color and few properties as well. Now to change the color, we will just write comma and then see color. I will write colors dot orange, and then size I will write 200. Now you see, it's so much bigger. The size I have given 200 just to show you that we can change its properties um, of the icon. And thing is, it's not that we can use icon only in the body. Now if I want, in the floating action button, I can just write icon and then icons dot message in the floating action button. See, so now you can just compare it with a WhatsApp. The WhatsApp app has also this kind of icon in the bottom, and it's looking very good, I have to say. After the icon button, there is another widget, which is the button widget. So without a button, any application is useless, because buttons are there only to give a feedback or take a feedback from the user. That it's, if it's a shopping cart, then it's add to cart. If it's any form, then you have to submit the form. If or any other, if add to cart, if you have any other thing in your if you have used any application, you might have encountered a lot of buttons. So in Flutter there are three types of button: text button, elevated button, and icon button. Let's understand it one by one. So what is a text button? So in this text button, there will be no elevation or 3D effect. Like this. If I just remove the icon here and write text button, first property is mandatory, is the child, that is what should be inside that button, I will just simply right click me. And the second mandatory is on presence. What should happen when a user clicks on this button? So see, this is a text button. There is no background color or elevation, or it's a simple text. That is why its name is this. Now if you really want to change or style the button, you can do it, but I don't think it's that much necessary, because if you want those style, there is the other buttons such as elevated button and all. But I will just show you how to change the style as well. If you see, there will be style property, and it will accept, if it's a text button, it will accept text button dot style from. And inside that you can just simply write primary, that is the color of the background. I will just orange. See, the color is changed. Then if you want, you can give some padding, edge insets dot all. I will just write simply 10. For the padding, definitely it is not showing right now. We can write background color, background dot black, if you really want this color. Because usually what happens, if you really want this kind of button, you will directly go to raise button, because it gives you these features automatically. But it's fine. Then any other important thing? I don't think so it's that much important. No. So this is how you display a text button, and if you really want, you can style it as using text button dot style from, and then give different properties. Now just remember, if I remove this styling, this is a basic text button. But what happens if I use an elevated button? If I just simply, the syntax is the same. If I just simply write elevated button here, then you see background color is there, text color is white, and some elevation is being given, that is some 3D effect is given. So this is why we use elevated button, because it's very handy to use. Now again, if you want, you can style it. Like here we have to write elevated button dot style from, and primary will be the background color. That means this one. In text button, primary was the text color, but here it's the background color. Now if you want elevation, you can just give it 5. You can see some more 3D effect is there. If you want to change padding, you can change edge insets dot all 20. See, this is padding is also done. Now if you want to change shape, you can also do that using rounded rectangular border, and then border radius, border dot net border radius, and you can use radius dot circular, as I want from all the sides circular, radius dot circular, and give 10 here. See, if I give 20, you will notice more, this shape is being changed by this because of the radius we have given it. And here styling you have understood, and this on press is simply what should happen when a user pressed on a button. So right now I'm just printing, but usually you do some kind of activity here. See, like this. So until now we have discussed text button and elevated button. The final type of button is the icon button. So simply what it does is, it's a kind of icon which we can press, and do something. I will just remove the previous code and simply write icon button. On press will be there in all the buttons, and in icon I have already taught you how to display any icon. So I will write this icon here. Check out. Now this is an icon, but you can click it. See, you can click it here. Now we can discover or check what other properties it accepts, like colors dot blue accent. Then icon size you can give 100. See, it's looking so good. And if there anything else, splash color, you might be thinking what is the splash color. Let's see, if I click on it, this is the splash color. And similarly it has on press, which I will simply print icon button. See, in the debug you can say icon button. So we have successfully covered all the three buttons, that is a text button, elevated button and the icon button, and also how to use icons in our Flutter application. In this icon button, just remember child property is not there. Here icon property is there, which accepts an icon. And in all the buttons, that on press is mandatory. So you have to mention what should happen if someone clicks on it, because since it's a button, you have to know what should happen after that. We will be talking about container widget. So what is a container? A container just wrap around another widget. So if you are familiar with the concept of div in web development, then it works same as that. We use this widget so that we can give margin, padding, alignment, width, and lot of other properties to the element or to the widget inside it. So just think of it as a wrapper which will be used to manipulate the other widgets. So what is the syntax? Its syntax is very simple, like this. Container is the widget name and child means what should be inside that container. So okay, let's start it. I would just remove this previous code and have a container widget here. In the child I will have a text widget first of all. So it will be like this, or not this, it's like Flutter is awesome. Let's save it. Let's see here. So you can see that text is there, but there's nothing, like you won't even notice that it's been wrapped inside a container widget. So what we have to do, if you want to see the container, the first property you can use is the color property. The colors dot red. You have already know how to use color and all. See, so now you can see what is this red thing is the container. You can say as a box as well right now. So this is the container, and it has different properties. First property, first two we use is child and color. Now let's see what is padding and margin. Okay, so padding and margin are used to give spacing between the elements. So what is a padding? Padding is the space inside, which means you can see this awesome E and the box end, that is here red thing. The inside thing is padding, and the red thing and the blue, that is the outside thing is margin. To see it with the example, I will just give a padding property, and it accepts a value as edge insets. Then after insert, if you click dot, then you will have other the option, that's all from left, right, sorry, left, top, right, bottom, only, symmetric. For simplicity I will be using all, that is from all the side. I will give it 20. Now you see, See, from the inside, that is this and this is the padding, and it's looking comparatively nicer than before. So this is the padding thing. And what I was saying is the next property, which is margin. And margin is the spacing outside, that is whether it's here, or the top and the left here. So if I go to margin, and again margin also accepts value as edge insets, and from all the side I will give 20. So you will now know the difference. See, from the outside here you get this margin thing. You can also read here, margin is space outside and padding is space inside. Other properties are also there, such as width. If I click width and give it a value of suppose 80, then see, it shrinked. If I give 180, it's like this. If I get 280, it will go further. So this is the container's width, and if I don't give any width, it will take whatever is inside it, that is a text, and that width only. Now there is another property that is inside a container, which is alignment, and it accepts a value as alignment dot sub top left, not top left, I will write top right. See, now I have to give a width of 250 and a height of 50. 50, I guess it's less. I have to give 80. The alignment thing right now is, the thing is, there is no other element, there is only this element is here. So that is why the alignment is not working, because the height or the position is this side, is this much area only. If I just remove the thing, see, now it takes the whole screen. That is the thing, that we have to first assign height and weight of the container of or whatever it's wrapping inside. Then only the this alignment will work. In the upcoming videos, when we will be building some more nicer application, then I will teach you this alignment and when to use the alignment code. Because right now you might be thinking, no, this is not working, why it's not working, we might have too many questions. Another property is decoration of the container widget, which accepts box decoration as its value. Now inside box decoration you can give a shape as well, box shape dot circle. In the inside box decoration, see, when you are using box decoration, the thing is these also have a property of color, so you cannot give multiple colors. In that case you have to give mention the color property inside box decoration. Now I will again give padding so that the circle looks little bit nicer, or it's inside it. Now within box decoration there is color, border, border radius, box shadow. So these properties can also you can use to decorate your container, which is very specific to your need. So if you need it, you can just try it on your own as well. Text fill widget. So a text fill lets the user enter text either with hardware keyboard or with an on-screen keyboard. So it basically allows us to collect information from the user. If you have used any mobile application, you know that text field is the backbone of that application. Now, what the syntax? It's very basic syntax of text text field, then as usual our parenthesis. Let's try it in the body. I will remove the previous container and have it text with text field here. If I save it, then you will say this line, and if I click on it, we have our keyboard. I can write whatever I want. But the thing is, this text field doesn't look or say anything to the user. The user won't even know what to write in it. For that, we have to use some other properties inside it, which are like decoration. Decoration, and it accepts input decoration as its value. Inside that, here you will see a lot of options. I will use hint or label text first. Now, if you hover over it, it accepts directly string, not a widget. So we can just say write name like this, and you can see now it's looking little bit better because when we click on it, we know what we have to write in it. Now there are, apart from label text, there are a lot of other like border, counter, enable, that is if this field should be disabled for that moment or not. Hint text is just like enter full name please, and if I save, now in the text field you can see this hint, that is we have to write our full name. So at least we can give some dummy data or some hint to the user on what he has to write. Now other thing you can have is a prefix icon. So icons give some visual, you can say visually it appears good when we are using an icon. See, now this text field is looking comparatively better with this small icon only. Something more like border, which we can get outline, input border. Now now you are not able to see it properly. I will do what, I will just wrap it around the container which we already just learned, and give a margin of edge insets dot all 20. See, this border is looking so good, it's so looking nicer. And if I give input border dot none, then the whole border is, but I usually like this outline input border. Now you might be thinking only this much properties or there are more. So there are a lot of properties which we will definitely discuss properly, because without a text field we won't be able to build any application. Max length simply tells us that the name should have only 10 characters in it, not more than that. It can be used when we're using a password or any phone number. It should be have a specific number of digits in it, not more than that. And now, right now, we will just see the on change property. There are a lot that is on submit and all, but on change means it's a function which gives us a value whatever it's written in the text field. We will print that value in our debug console. Now we just have f flutter. See, Now with this value, if you want, we can assign it to a variable and then use that variable anywhere we want. It's up to us what we want to do, but definitely text field has an important role. We will be talking about two widgets. The first widget is the column widget. So if you have noticed, till now we were just outputting one widget at a time, but this is not happening in real application. A screen contains multiple widgets like image, text, button all together. So for that purpose, a column widget is used because it helps to output widgets in vertical direction, that is top to bottom. That is why its name is column. Syntax is very simple. We have to just write column name, that is the widget name is column. But here one thing is changed now, because earlier with every widget we were using child property, but here it's children, and simply because we will be outputting multiple widgets, that's why it is in plural form. So bring out your text editor, and I will just in the body I will just remove the previous code and write column. Then here it will be children. Within children you just can write from top to bottom what elements you want to print. I will just at first hi, I am learning Flutter. Then next widget you can use elevated button. In the child we can have text of submit. Let's save and see. See, for the first time we were able to print out two widgets at the same time in this body. So this is the use of column widget. If you want, after the elevated button you can use image dot asset, then assets, images, image 6 dot png. Here we have this image here. See, now we have three elements on the screen. First is a text widget, second is an elevated button, and the third is the image. So now here you can see in the notes section, children is being used instead of a child. All the elements are separated by a comma because it's a list of widgets. That is why. And each widget is the order of the widget is will be the same how you write it here. Now this image is being printed out from top to bottom. There is another widget which helps you print out object from left to right. So row also is same like column. It helps to output multiple widgets, but a row helps to output widgets in horizontal direction. I will just first change the height and width. It's too big. Width will be 100. See, it's looking decent now. The syntax is same. I will just change this row, so this column to row and save. Now this horizontal thing becomes vertical. So this is a very important element, because when you are building a complete UI, there in every screen you will be using either a row or a column or a combination of both. Row has another property which is main axis alignments. That is how the elements should be displayed on the screen. So if we write space evenly, see, from left everywhere, all the spacing is equal. If I write space between, then see this, the extreme left and extreme side spacing is not there, and there is also center. Everything will come together in the center. So the interesting fact is, in row and column both have this main axis and cross axis thing. The only difference is you have to remember, when it's a row, the main axis is left to right and cross axis will be from top to bottom. That is, if I write cross axis alignment dot center, I don't think so it will right now work, because the element is already in the center, because this is taking only this much space, not the whole screen. That is why it hasn't been sent to the center. But cross axis for a row means from top to bottom, and main axis is left to right. And similarly, in a column, the main axis is top to bottom, and the cross axis is left to right. So you have to just practice on your own and try to understand what I just said, because the concept is very simple. Column and row, we are just using it to output multiple elements in a certain direction, and we can also use a column inside a row and a row inside a column, and with the help of those only, you will be able to build a complete UI. We will be talking about what are list style and what is a list view widget. So, a list style is a single row that typically contains some text as well as leading or trailing icon. So, from the image only, you can understand that how what is a list style and how it looks. It's somewhat similar to the UI of an WhatsApp. I hope you all of you have a WhatsApp account and are very familiar to that. So what is the syntax? It's simply it's list style. Then these are the properties which it accepts. Let's try it on our own first. I will just have a list style at first. Then in the title, I will have text of Elon Musk. Let's save. See. So it's what? It's a row, kind of a horizontal thing. Then the other element, which other property I will be using is subtitle. Going to the moon. Subtitle is just written, has a smaller font, and its default color is somewhere grayish. Then another property is leading, that is what should be at the front. I will be using an icon here, and it will be icons dot account circle. I will just give it a color of colors dot blue and size of 40. Let's try it out. See, this is what I was saying. This is the leading icon. And now another property, a lot of properties, but one more important is trailing. That is what should be at the end. I will have an elevated button, suppose, and it will just have a text of what should be the text. It's not a good idea to use a button like this in the trailing. I will just have an icon button if I want to. Then in the icon, I will have icons dot delete. See, we have an icon here. The trailing means the end of the horizontal thing. The leading means the front element. And the last important property is the on tap. That is what should happen if the user clicks on this tile. So in the console, you just see I will click here and see Elon Musk. I'm not talking about this button. We have, if we want to do something here, we have to do write it in this on press. But this whole tile thing is printing out this Elon Musk. Say I have clicked it 5 times. That's why it's here like this. This list tile is also a very interesting UI widget because it's a bundle of all the things which we may need in our application. Now we already know what is a column widget, so I will just wrap it around a column. See, nothing will change. Now what I will do is I want to talk about the next element, which is list view. But before going to that, I would like to show you the issue with the column. If I have this list style this many times more, if I paste this more 2 times, see, some error is there at the bottom, that is the bottom is overflowed. The in If we directly write column here like this, it will show error and it is not scrollable. So here comes our next widget, which is list view. List view is like a column, that is it prints the thing, all the widgets from in the vertical way, that is top to bottom, but it is a scrollable thing. So if I write list view here and save it, the error is gone. See, we are able to scroll through our elements or the widgets. So list view is again is same as column, only the main difference is that it is scrollable. And remember, it prints the widgets in the vertical direction by default. If you want to change, you can just change it here in the scroll direction, and axis dot you can give it vertical as well, but or horizontal, sorry, horizontal as well. But the thing is, then the element should be different, because vertically you cannot print list style. Also, you might be thinking, what should we do if we don't want to use the list view widget, but still want to remove this error? Because obviously all the pages of the screen will have so many elements in that screen. In that case, you can just wrap the topmost element, that is this is the topmost element of the body. You can just wrap it with a widget, and that widget name is single child scroll view. You just remember this name because it's a game changer. This will help you to make the column widget scrollable. See, the error is gone, and right now this column is now scrolling without any error at the bottom. If you want, you can Google these terms: what are single child scroll view, what are list view, what are column, if you want to go more in depth. But I have given you the basic information or the basic concept of how and when we should use this kind of widgets. I hope you have enjoyed with this module, because here you are now ready to go into more in-depth things in the upcoming modules, and at the end of this course you will become a complete Flutter application developer. Here we will be discussing about what are stateful widgets. In the earlier sessions, we are very used to stateless widget. We also created our own stateless widget by the name of home screen. But definitely in a real world application, there might be a lot of scenarios where we will have to use a stateful widget. Before going into stateful widget, you might be thinking, what is a state? So a state is just a value or a piece of data in our application. Anything that can change, like a counter count, text, color, etc., can be a part of a state. State means data. In your application, just assume a state of username, that is what are his or her skills. Flutter, Firebase, these are all state. What is the color of the app? Blue, that is also a state. A stateful widget is simply a widget whose internal data will change on some action. That is, button is clicked and then text color should be changed, or there should be some kind of animation. In that case, that widget is refreshed and rebuilt with the new data. This is not possible in stateless widget. So theoretically you have understood, but definitely while we are working on in our code, you might have a lot of doubts, and let's clear it one by one. So I will just again remove all the data, but before removing all the data, I would like to have a new screen. It is home is okay, it's a stateless widget, but I would like to have suppose contact dot dot. We have the screen. Now let's create our first stateful widget screen. Then now first we have to import material as usual. Then create a class and name I will name is contact, and then extend it to stateful widget. Okay. Then it will have some missing overrides, and this is like this is the create state. Stateful widget will have two classes. One is the stateful which extends the stateful, and the second one is the state class that extends it. So here you can simply return, suppose I will name it contact state. This will again be a widget. I will create this contact state. It will extend a state which will have this name. Now here again there will be missing override, it is the build, and now you are familiar with this build thing. I will simply return scaffold here. So this is the bare minimum or the skeleton of a stateful widget. So you might be thinking, oh no, I don't want to write this again and again. In that case, you might need some extensions. Like here, I have these awesome Flutter snippets. Then you will definitely have Dart and Flutter in it. With these awesome Flutter snippets, we get a lot of shortcuts. One of the shortcuts is to create a stateful widget directly. So I will just remove all this. The shortcut key is STF, that is Flutter stateful widget, and then I will just click enter and I will name it contact. So see, this is done. We don't have to do anything with this shortcut. And what is that state? Here I will have this string name is equal to guest. Suppose this guest name is a state which we will change later on and show you how the screen rebels and how the UI changes upon any action we do. In the next video, we will be continuing from here. So till then, enjoy and practice your best. Now we have already discussed what is and how to write a stateful widget. Now it's time we do it practically and understand when and where we have to use the set state method and what is the benefit of using it. Let's do it. We have this page of contact.dart. Here in the scaffold, I will have an app bar and it will have a title of text, suppose stateful widget. Okay. And in the body, let's have a column. In the children, let's first have a text field. And below that, let's have a text of suppose hello, then the name variable. And in the main dot, instead of going to home screen, let's go to contact screen, restart our application, and see, you will just see a normal text bar, that is text field, with this hello text widget. Now what I want is, whenever something is changed here, that is on changed value, I want this name variable to be set to the whatever we write in it. Okay, but the thing is, if we do it like this only, that is without using set state, it won't work. Let's see, hello, I will write flutter flu. See, nothing is working here. It's again hello guest. But if we just use the set state method here, that is change the state here, and how we write the set state, it's like set, then capital set state, then parenthesis, and within that again a function like this is how it's written. So within the set state, now if I change name is equal to value and then restart, now you just focus on the text hello. See, first time whatever we are writing, the UI is being rebuilt just because of the one reason, because it's a stateful widget. Now here the state, that is the name, we can change it according to some actions. Here that action is a text field. To understand what's going on and how the screen is rebuilding, we can just have a print statement. First, in the build, that is print screen building, and once here print value if you want, or you can just have print that state is called. Now when I restart, you just see the debug console screen building, that is this build function is called, that is why we are able to see this output. Now I will write C. If I write F, then again set state is called and screen is rebuilding, LUTTER. So all the time this UI was, that is this build function was calling again and again, and this value name was being changed. That is why it is being reflected here. Through the debug console, you can understand what's going under the hood and how Flutter is using the setState method to alert the UI to rebuild itself. So this is the difference between a stateless and stateful widget. In a stateless widget, that state, that is whatever it's written, cannot be changed whether we want it via some buttons, clicks, or whatever. But in a stateful widget, these values can be changed using the setState method. In the next video, we will do another example of setState. Till then, just try to research and practice on your own as well. So until now, we know how to use a setState method and how it can be used to rebuild the screen with the new state. But it's better if we practice some with some more examples. Let's start and create a new screen. New file will be, suppose, should be, I will just name it stateful dot dot. As usual, import material package, then have a stateful widget of my stateful screen. I have just named it like this. Then have a scaffold and an app bar as usual. In the title, have a text of stateful widget. In the body, you in the body let's have a center widget, and child, let's have a column widget. Now since it's a stateful widget, definitely there has to be some state. So I will create one list of string. I will name it names is equal to this, and like Elon, Bill, Mark. Okay, and I will have another state of int I is equal to 0. You might be thinking, what are these? So it's just 0 because the index of a list starts with 0. Now here in that, I will first, there will be some one text field, and from my name is, then names and I. So it will, at the very beginning it will show Elon, and for that we have to change in the my main dot dart, it should be my stateful screen, and then restart. Let's see. My name is Elon. Okay, and also the column I will just say main axis alignment dot center, that is from top to bottom it should be in center. Okay, now what I want is, I want two raise buttons in the same column, and first button will be next, and the second elevated button will be go back. Okay, let's see. Okay, what I want is, when I click on this next button, my name is Elon should be my name is Bill. That is, it should circle, or it should go through that list of names. For that, in the on press, I have to change the data of I. That is, I is 0, it should be 1 if I click on the next button. So for that, I will just write set state and then I plus plus. Let's see. I will click on this next. See, my name is Bill, and if I click, my name is Mark. Similarly, if I want to go back, I will just set state I minus minus. Here, if I click on next, it will go Bill. If I click on go back, it will again Elon. But the thing is, if the user click on next multiple time, then it will show some error. See, because I is only the length is only 0 1, that is 3. But if I goes more than 2, it will start showing error. To for that we have to do some kind of conditions here in the on press, such as set state if I will just write here if I is less than names dot length, then only execute this set state thing. Okay, now let's restart and check what will happen. 0 1 2. When it goes to 3, it should not execute. 0 1 bill marks, and again it worked. I have to write -1 here then, definitely. Let's do it again. Elan bill C. Now it's not showing any error. And similarly, go back. When we are going back, we have to check if I is not equal to 0, then minus. If it's already 0, then we cannot go further. Now let's try it. If I go 1 2 3, okay. Now if I go bill Elan, and now if I try to go back also, then also it won't work, because we have our condition which will make sure the screen doesn't crashes. So this is a very basic example of set state. One more example you can have is, suppose there is a color, this color of colors dot red. Okay, this is one state. Now I will have a floating action button. Floating action button. In the child, it will have an icon of icons dot, let's see. I don't know what is the color lens. Let's check it out. See, okay. I have this icon here. What I want is, when I click on this icon, its color should change. Now I have this background color, and this background color will be this state, that is red. Okay, so in the very beginning the state is red, but I want is, when I click on this button, the state should be changed. So when I click on this button, set state color is equal to colors dot amber. I'm just showing you different examples so that you are more comfortable with the set state and understand what it does. Now I'm clicking on it. See, the color changed to amber. So this is the use of set state, and this is how a stateful widget works. It simply changes that data and rebuilds the screen with that new data. Simple as that. So in the next video, we will discuss few of the remaining concept of this module, and after that we are good to go into the next Flutter concepts. So now we have already worked on stateful widget and how to change the state using set state method. There is another method which is very important in a stateful widget, which is called the init state. So What is init state? It is a function which is already there inside every stateful widget. You just have to write inc. Here I can get this helper. So if I click on enter, there is this function init state, and what it does it, when this screen or when this stateful widget is being built for the very first time, this is called. So that means before this build function, before the UI, this init state will be called. So if you want to see what I'm saying, let's print here init state, and in the build function let's print build function. Now let's restart the application. In the debug console you will see, first the init state was called, and secondly the build function was called. So this is very powerful and very useful when we are building a real world application. So you might be thinking, okay, but what is the use of this init state? So what we usually do is we assign some value. We assign some value to our variables, instance variables, you can say, to the data. Suppose this is, I will just, for example, this is string name. So this is one variable. Now this data is coming, suppose, from the previous screen, user name, and here I will just write this dot username is equal to Jeff Bezos. Now in the init state I would like to assign that value, that is data which is coming from the previous screen to this screen. We'll just write this dot name is equal to widget dot username, and then in the text bar I would like to show that username. Let's see, does it work or not? See, so what we did was the data was coming from previous screen to this screen, just for example, and here you are assigning that value to a variable which was empty, which was null earlier, but before building this screen this value was assigned to that variable using the init state, since because it is the first function which is being called when this widget was built there, or you can say when this widget was building. Now suppose, I hope you remember the previous concept of set state. If I click on this, then the build function will be called again, but the init state function is only called once. So see, the build function is being called again because the page is being refreshed, but this init state thing won't, we cannot call it again. It is already it is only called once, or you have to remove this screen or go to different screen, totally different to page, and then come back to this page again. This is the only way. Here we just assign that value from the parent widget to this widget. Other things you can say, there are a lot of things like streams, text editing controller. So those value or those things which we want to initialize will be used, or we can initialize it in the init state. So right now you might be thinking what I am saying, but later on when we are using Firebase database or we have to initialize something, that is suppose some HTTP request, these things we can do it in the init state. That means just start or initialize the thing as soon as this page is being built. So I hope you have understood the concept of stateful widgets and how pages are being built. This init state is very much important, but right now if you have understood only the concept also, then it's enough. We can move on to some other topics. In the last video, we understand how the init state function work. Likewise, we have other functions or other things as well in a stateful widget, which is called a stateful widget lifecycle. So there are few of the functions which we can use in a stateful widget. The first one is the init state, which we have already discussed. This is the first method called when the widget is created. It is called once and only once. It is usually used to initialize properties that rely on this widget's parent in the tree, subscribe to streams, change notifiers, or any other object that could change the data on the widget. So this we have discussed. The next is did change dependencies. This method is called immediately after init state and when dependency of the state object changes via inherited widget. So you can just see it's did change dependencies. I will simply write print did change dependencies. I will restart the app and here you will see first init state will be there, then did change dependencies, then the build function. This method is rarely needed or used. The docs of the Flutter also suggest that it could be useful if you need to do some remote calls, but when an inherited widget updates. This concept is not that important. I have been building apps from the lot of years and this thing is not important. Third is the build function. This method is called every time the widget is rebuilt. It is a required and must return a widget. So this is the build function. We already know that it will be called in the third place. First init state, second it change dependencies, and third build function. Fourth is did update widget. This is also a function or given by the stateful widget. It is called if the parent widget changes and has to rebuild this screen, that is this widget. So what I mean is, suppose here this data is coming from the parent widget, that is from the previous screen, and here did update this thing is called if this dot suppose name not equal to old widget dot username, or sorry, you can just say this dot widget dot username. So print did update change. So now we cannot show it, but you have to understand the concept. Suppose a typical case is when a parent passes some variable to the children via the constructor, which is this case which we have already done. The parent is passing some data via the constructor, and if the parent widget's data changes, then this build function will also recall and show the changes done. So Flutter calls the build function after this, so no need to write set state on your own. This function is also not used that much, but when we are learning about stateful widgets, at least you should know these terms also exist. Fifth is set state. we already know that this is a set state thing, and after that the build function is called again and the UI is built. This is not a new thing. Sixth is deactivate. This function is called when the object is removed from the tree. This is again rarely used. This method exists basically because state objects can be removed from one point in a tree to another, and it can be removed temporarily. I will just show you that this also exists. Deactivate like this. We'll just print deactivate, and the final and the last one is dispose. This is very important. This method is called when this object, that is when this stateful widget is removed from the tree permanently. Here we should release any resources retained by the object like stopping animation or whatever. One example is when this method is called while using the push replacement of the navigator. In the next session only we will be talking about navigation. So that is from one page to another page. If we go, then the previous page should be disposed properly. There should be no memory leak. So in a real world application it is very much important to use this dispose method. Here we will stop some animation or database calls or whatever which is not required later on. So, so these are the life cycle of a stateful widget. First is init state, second ditching dependencies, third is build function, then fourth is if we do any, if the parent widget does any changes to the variables here, so then did update widget is called. We compare the two values, and then the last one are the deactivate, which is also not that much use, but this dispose thing is used a lot. So you have to make sure you know all these terms, and when we are using it later on you are not confused on what is this or is this anything new, because at least the concept we know. Later on practically we will learn how to use it. Firebase is a powerful platform for your mobile and web application. Firebase can power our apps backend, including data storage, user authentication, hosting, and lot more. So with Firebase, we can easily build mobile and web apps that scale from one user to 1 million user, and it has a lot of features that will handle the load and the visitors balance. And the best part is that Firebase is free to start with and lets users create an account in it with just their Google. So definitely you have a Google account or a Gmail or whatever account. So with that only you can create a Firebase account as well. So you might be thinking, how can Firebase be free? So Firebase has two plans. The Spark plan of Firebase is free and offers many features to help developers get started. But based on growing requirements, there is another plan called the Blaze plan, which is definitely a pay as you go. That is, whatever resources you use, you have to pay for that resource only. So I hope you might be thinking, okay, cool, Firebase is very nice and we should start it. And before using it, I would just like to talk more about Firebase. That is, what are the features of it? So, first is that it helps to build apps very fast, and everything is packed with one platform. That is, whether it's database, messaging, crash reporting, whatever you want, it is there. Second is Firebase is developed and backed by Google. So definitely Google means trust. So our data is in safe hands. And Firebase is not just a database, because Firebase also gives the developers a comprehensive list of products to help them in their development process. So here you can see there are products which will help us to build better apps, that is authentication, hosting, functions, machine learning, cloud firestore, etc. It gives us features and products to improve quality of the application using crashlytics, test labs, performance monitoring, and it also helps to grow our application as well using analytics, predictions, A/B testing, in-app messaging, and a lot more. So let's discuss about few of the products which are very important. First one is Cloud Firestore, which we will learn definitely. It is a flexible, scalable database for mobile web as well as other server development from Firebase. It is a NoSQL document database that helps you easily store, sync, and query data. The second product is the authentication part, and it provides backend services, easy to use SDKs, and other libraries to authenticate users to our application. It supports different types of authentication such as email, password, phone numbers, and social logins such as Google, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, and a lot more. So, definitely, when we are doing everything from scratch, it's difficult, but using Firebase, everything gets easy. The third important product is cloud storage. So, definitely, when we are building an application, we need some kind of storage to store our images, audio, videos, or whatever files are required for that application. Fourth is Cloud Functions. It helps us automatically run backend code in response to events triggered by Firebase features and HTTP request. So your code is stored in Google's cloud and runs in a managed environment. So Cloud Functions is very important, and you will learn its usage when you are building a production level application, because you have to send messages, you have to send notifications. Those things are done using cloud functions. Then it comes hosting. Definitely, if you want to host or deploy web apps, this can be done. Then there is crashlytics. It's a lightweight real-time crash reporter that helps us to track, prioritize, and fix issues that erode your application quality. Then Google Analytics is there, which is a free app measurement solution that provides insight on app usage and user engagement. Then there is cloud messaging. It provides a reliable and battery efficient connection between the server and device and allows us to deliver and receive messages and notifications on iOS, Android, and the web. And the last feature which I would like to talk about is the dynamic links. With dynamic links, our users get the best available experience for the platform whenever they open a link. So when a user opens a dynamic link, it it will take them directly to the linked contact to our native app. Suppose there is some kind of user's profile. So if someone clicks on that link, the app will be opened and it will be sent to that user's profile directly. So that's all about the theoretical part of Firebase. We will set up our Firebase project. So first let's create a new Flutter project. Bring out your directory, then in the cmd command line, just type Flutter create and then your project name. I will name it Flutter Firebase. Then press enter. Then open your code editor. I will be using VS Code. Then simply open your project in this code editor like this. Okay, we have our project now. Okay, now just go to your browser and type Firebase, and here you will get the official page of firebase.google.com. Here you can see products and solutions, then what are the extensions, also what are the large companies and games which are relying on Firebase. So Duolingo is famous, Alibaba is famous, the New York Times is famous, Lyft is also a very famous app, Venmo is very famous. So here you can see Firebase is being used by a lot of application. Now you just have to log in with your Google account here and then click on go to console. Here see, you can see my Google account and then just click on go to console. And here I have different multiple projects, but I am assuming you won't have any. You just have to simply click on this add project and then give it a name. I will name it Flutter Firebase. And if you want, you can enable analytics. I don't want to enable it right now. Then just simply click on create project. After the project is created successfully, here it will just take few seconds. Firebase will let us know that our new project is created ready, and it will redirect us to the project dashboard here like this. Now we have our dashboard here, and here you can see all the products it is providing us, that is authentication, database storage and all. So our first task will be to configure our Flutter application to use this Firebase, and I will only configure the Android, but definitely if you want you can configure iOS and web as well. It's up to you. To configure it, just click on this Android button, and now in this screen it will ask us the Android package name, and this package name we can get it from our Flutter app project directly, that is the Android. Then in the app you just have to go to build.gradle, and here this is the application ID of our Flutter. You simply have to go and paste it here. I will just name it Flutter Firebase. This SHA1 key is very important, but we will use it in the later videos. Then after this, just simply click register app. The next step is to download this config file. This is very important as it contains the API keys and other critical information for Firebase to use. So just click on this download Google services.json, and after it's been successfully downloaded, you simply have to go and cut the file from the download folder and go to your Flutter project, then go to Android, then go to app and simply paste it here. That's it. This is how it's done. After that, we click on this next in the Firebase. The third step is to add Firebase SDK. Now we will need to update our Gradle configuration to include the Google Services plugin. The first changes will be done in the project level build. That is, we have this Android here, then the project level build is this one. Here we simply have to copy this class part and paste it here. Okay. And then in the app level build Gradle, that is, here we have this app folder, and in this build.gradle we have to first of all copy this implementation and paste it here, and next You simply have to copy this apply plugin com Google GMS Google services and paste it at the bottom. That's it. This code is already there here. It's already being predefined in all Flutter projects. Now the next step is to add the Firebase plugins in our project, because definitely there will be some dependencies for Firebase, and here you just have to click on next and then go continue to the console. Okay, for the dependencies we simply have to go to pub dev, and Firebase is accessed through a number of different libraries, one for each Firebase product, that is whether it's database, authentication, analytics, storage. Firebase provides a set of different plugins. Here you just have to write Firebase core, the first plugin we need. Just click on installing, and here copy this, paste it in your dependency. Okay, the next dependency we need is the Firebase auth, because we will be learning how to authenticate using Firebase. That is why. Now copy this and paste it in our pubspec YAML file. Okay, now we have successfully added the dependencies. The next change we have to do is in the app level build.gradle. Here in the default config, we just have to write one line of code which is multi-dex enable true. So this is one line of code which is required when we are dealing with Firebase. This thing you have to remember. It's a configuration part. Now, okay, till here everything is fine. You can see in our slide as well, our first step of setup Firebase project is done. Then our configuration of our application is done. The config file is being saved in the project. Then we have added the Firebase SDKs, then the pub.dev plugins as well. Now the final step is to write this line of code in the main.dart, so that our application initializes Firebase at first. When our app is started, so it should know that it has to initialize the Firebase configurations to talk or to communicate with the server. So in the main file, you simply have to go the main function and make it async. Then you have to write widget flutter bindings dot ensure initialize. That means whatever code is now below it will be initialized. And then the next line is Firebase, await Firebase, and then initialize app. That's it. This is the code which you have to remember. Just trust me, whenever you are using Firebase, this is the first thing you have to write. Then only our app will know and integrate Firebase in it. Now that's it. The final step is to run the application. You can connect your emulator or physical Android device to test the application, and just click on this run and then start debugging. Your app your app is all set to go, and we will be creating the UIs required for the authentication app. We will be creating our login and register screen, because obviously we will need some kind of UI to interact with the Firebase database. Our app is now running successfully. No error is there. That means Firebase has been configured properly. Let's first create few folders inside lib because I prefer some kind of folder structures instead of just randomly putting out files. The first folder I will create is models, then screens, and then services, where all the API or the database services will be written on. And now inside screen, let's create a new dot file called register screen dot. Let's create our first stateless screen, import our material package, then create a stateless widget and name it register screen. It will return a scaffold as it's a screen. Then let's give a app bar and then give it a title of text register. Let's center the title and give it a background color as well. Give it colors dot orange accent. And in the body, I would like to give it a column. In the column, we will have children's, but before that, I would like to go to our main.dart file and remove the previous dummy code. And in the home, I would like to write register screen, and in the title, I will just give it Flutter Firebase. Let's restart our app. See, this is our register screen. The orange accent is also looking nice. Now it's time in the children, we create text fields for collecting user data. Let's create our first text field, give it decoration, give it an input decoration of label text, write email, and then give it a border of outline input border. And also for every text field we have to create text editing controller. So let's first create the text editing controllers. Let's create first the email controller, then there will be password controller as well. Password controller like this. Then the final will be confirm password controller, because when we are registering, we would like the user to confirm their password. Okay, text editing controller is done. Now in this text field, let's give this the controller of email controller. Okay, after that give a size box just to give some spacing, height of 30. Then again create a text field, give it a controller of password controller, then give it the input decoration, label text should be password, and then give it a border of outline input border. And in this text field, give obscure text as true so that the whatever the user type is hidden. Then again give a size box of height 30. And finally, our text field of confirm password, give a obscure text as true, then controller as confirm password controller. Then in the decoration, give it an input decoration of label text, confirm password, and then a border of outline input border. Size box again. Let's save it and check it out. See, all the text fields are there. Now it's time we give some padding to it because they are attached to the ends of the screen, and as well as a submit button so that whenever the user clicks on the submit button, it is taken it will be taken to the home screen or the whatever code we want to execute. So here in the body, wrap it with a padding and give it a padding of 20. Then in the column, give a main axis alignment of main axis alignment dot center so that everything is centered. Now, first of all, let's give a container a height of 50 and a width of the size of the screen, sorry, width of the screen. Then let's give it a child of elevated button. In the on press right now we won't have anything, and in the child I would write a text of submit and give it some styling such as font size of 25 and then font weight dot bold. Let's save and check it out. See, it's looking so nice right now. After this submit button, I would like to have a new button which will just say login here so that the user can log in if he has already registered. So after this container, I will have a size box of height 20 and a text button which will say already have an account, login here, and now save it. See, we have this button so that when we click on this, the user is sent to the login screen. So it's time we create login screen as well. So in the screens folder, create a new file called login screen dot. Here again just import material, create a stateless widget of login screen, then return a scaffold app bar. In the app bar I will give the title of login and center the title, and I will give background color of background colors dot teal. It's a greenish color, shade color. Now in the body I will again make two text fields, but first of all I will give a padding because I know padding will be required. Edge insets dot all 20. Then in that child, I will give a column. Then main axis alignment dot center. Then in the children, I will simply copy from the register screen these two text fields, that is the email and the password, and paste it here. And also I will copy the text editing controllers. Okay, now we will have, after this size box, again this button, that is this container which says submit. Okay, we have our login screen set up. Now it's time, whenever someone clicks on this login here button, he should be navigated. For that, we just have to write navigator dot push. Then in the route, we simply have to write material page route. Then in the builder, we will write context and then send it to the login screen like this. Let's save it and now check our application. We have this register screen here. Now when I click on this login here, see, our login screen appears. That is the email and the password field with this submit button. And when I click on this back button, again our register screen is there. So that's all for this video. We have the UI. We will implement Firebase email and password authentication. So for that to implement, first we have to go to the Firebase dashboard and click on this authentication button. Then under the sign in, that is here, we just have to first of all click on get started. And after that, under this sign in, we have to enable the email and password by just clicking on this enable and then save. But see, here you can see all the other providers, that is phone, Google, Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft. It gives us a lot of different options. But okay, we have now first of all enabled this email and password. That is what is required. After that, we have to implement the authentication service. And for that, we have to go to our services folder and create a new file called auth service dot dot. Okay, and here we will implement all the Firebase authentication logic required. Now, to create a new user account in Firebase, we have to call the function, that is create user with email and password. Firebase auth package gives us a lot of different options, which we will discuss. But first of all, let's create a class of name auth service. And then first thing we have to do is to create an instance of the Firebase auth. So we have to write Firebase auth, then Firebase auth, and write Firebase auth dot instance. So now we have instance. So here you can see it gives us, it gives us different options which we will see. But first let's create a function to register user. The function will be a future function named register, and this function will accept parameter. First one be email and second will be password. Okay, now here you can see this Firebase Auth gives us a lot of different options, that is verify phone number, sign in with phone number, sign in with email and password. So this is what we required, email and password. And now this email is this one and this password is this password, because this sign in with email and password also have two parameters of email and password, and this result we will store it in a variable called user credentials and then user credential. Because if you hover over this sign in with email and password, you can see it gives us a future of user credentials data type. Now I will just simply return user credentials dot user, and this user is a data type of this user, which is a null function, that it can be returned null as well. So I will just like to hard type or statically type all the data types. This is highly recommended so that there is no confusion later on. So hooray, we have successfully created our first function which will help us to register our user. And you can see with the code it's very easy. It was just one line of code. It's that easy. Now from the UI, that is this register screen, we have to execute that function as well. So now let's go to this container, and in the on press button, first of all I would like to give some if checks. That is, I don't want the email and password to be empty. So I will just write if email controller dot text is equal to empty, or password controller dot text is equal to empty. If it's empty, then I will show a snack bar using scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar, and in the content I will simply write a text of all fields are required and give it a background color of colors dot red. The next if check I would like to do is if password controller dot text is not equal to confirm password controller dot text. That is, I want both the values to be same. If it's not same, then again I will show a snack bar with a value return passwords don't match. That's it. Now in the final if statement, I will call our auth service class like this. I have created this object, and through this object I will use this register function which accepts two parameters. First is email and second is password. So for the email I will just write email controller dot text, and for the password I will write password controller dot text. And now this returns us a user data type. I will just store it here, and I will just check if result is not equal to null, that is it has sent successfully our data, then I will just write print success and print result dot email. That's it. Okay, our code here is done. Now save it and bring out our emulator. So first of all, I won't type anything and just click on submit. See, I get a snack bar of all fields are required. Then I will just write a fake address, not fake, it's okay. I'm not using my own. And in the password, I will write flutter123, and then here I will just write flutter12. That is, if confirm password and password are not same and click on submit, then site passwords doesn't match. And if I write the confirm password correctly and then click on this submit button, I think I have did a small mistake. Let's check it out. In the auth service, I think I have just wrote sign in with email and password, which should be create user with email and password. So that was a very silly mistake of mine. But now you can see that how you can sign in as well. But this code by itself defines what it does. That is, it creates a new user. So again, I will just write email then password, and now when I click on this submit button, see in the debug console it's showing success. Now go to your Firebase authentication screen and click on refresh. In the users table, now you might be able to see this user whatever we have registered. So we have successfully created and registered our first user. So in the provider, this thing it is showing that it has come from the email and password. Sign in on this, and this its unique UID. Now we have to create function for this login as well. So similarly in the auth screen, sorry, auth services dot that, let's have a login function which also is a future and returns a user data type like this, and it accepts string email and string password. And now just like above, we have this data type of user credentials, and it will await Firebase auth dot. Now it will be sign in with email and password like this. So the above one is create user with email and password, and now this one is sign in with email and password. And after that I will just return user credentials dot user value. Okay, so we have this login function ready. Again, similarly like before, we have to go to our login screen, and here we should have our if else statements. I will just go to the register screen and copy this code, and in the login screen dot just paste it inside the on press. So here we don't want this second else if and just import the required libraries. Okay, the next change you have to do is instead of this register, click on login, and that's it. You just simply restart your application, check if everything is all right, and now test it. Now, when I go to this login and type my email which I just registered, and now if I click on this submit button from the login screen, let's see what happens. See, it's showing success. That means we are now able to successfully log in as well. So that's it. This is very easy. I think you might be also thinking that using Firebase is pretty straightforward. The code are very minimal and it does the job in no time. So we will be talking about error handling. So until now, we haven't handled the scenarios where the user might end up entering invalid email or password while either registering or trying to log in. So in the last video, you might have seen this kind of error when I accidentally wrote sign in with email and password instead of create account or create with username and password in the Firebase auth. So at that time also we got this kind of exception, and this was shown like this because we didn't handle it on our own. So there might be different kind of examples as we enter an invalid email format while registering or enter wrong password while login. We will get an exception like below, either like this and either like this, and our application will get stuck. It will be a very bad experience for the end user, and that is why we have to handle it properly. So we can do it simply by using the try catch block. So try catch block are used to to handle those type of exceptions. So first of all, let's do it with our register function. Here simply write try, and then since those will be Firebase exceptions, and for I would just like to show you at first what are these kind of exceptions. So in the register screen, let's try to register the same user twice. Just wait, since this is an emulator, it's taking too much time. Android Studio takes a lot of memory. Now let's try it out. Flutter 1, 2, 3. Then again confirm Flutter 1, 2, 3. Now if I click on the submit, see, an exception has occurred, and this is a Firebase auth exception. It is saying that the email is already in use. So this kind of scenarios I was talking about, and in the debug console here again you can see the exception. And since it was a Firebase auth exception, so we simply have to write that in our try catch block. So here I will write try, then on Firebase auth exception, like this. I will catch the error, and in the end again I will catch if something else errors are there. Now cut this code and paste it in the try block. Now okay, we have this try block, and if some exception occurs, we have to show a feedback to the user, and to show a snack bar we need a build context. So we will ask for build context as well. So here we just write build context, and now it's showing this error in the register screen because we have to send context as well. Now with this build context, let's simply show a scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar. In the snack bar, let's have a content of text e dot message dot to string, and let's have a background color of colors dot red. Okay, and here this sketch I will just print it for now. You, if you want, you can show scaffold again. I'm saying this again that here we are using this on because we know that the fire exception will be from Firebase, and if something new comes up, it will be handled by the sketch block. Okay, let's try the same thing again and see if our application gets stuck or not. Let's write the password. Okay, now when I click on this submit, see the email address is already in use by another account. So this is so nice than before. Our application is not stuck right now. Now let's do the same thing to our login function as well. Let's give it a try. Then on Firebase auth exception, let's catch the error, and then in the last also we will have a catch block. Now simply cut this from here, paste it here. Again we will show a snack bar like before, and for this first of all we have to accept that build context, and in this I will just write print e. Now go to your login screen dot dart, and here where we are calling the login function we have to send the context. Okay, our here this portion is done. Let's check it with our login as well. Let's give something which is not being registered. This email is not registered, so let's see if I click on this submit. It is showing there is no user record corresponding to this identifier. The user might be deleted. So at least they know that the user is not valid. They should register them first and then try to log in. So we have learned how to properly handle exceptions like this. So no doubt we have successfully handled exceptions, but till now we are not giving any feedback to the user when he clicks on submit button while trying to either register or log in. This is not a good practice as the end user doesn't even know that the request is being sent to the server, and he should not click on any other buttons. That is, when a user click on this submit button, he should not be able to click on this submit button again until he gives or he gets some kind of feedback from the server. or else there will be some errors because there will be multiple requests with the same data. So the best way is to show some loading indicator so that the user also know that he has to wait. And to show a loading indicator, first important step is to convert our stateless widget to a stateful widget. So in the register screen, just simply go and now convert this to a stateful widget. Stateful because the state of the UI will change. Once it will show a loading indicator, and the next time it will show the submit button. And to handle that kind of true and false values, we must create a boolean variable called loading and give it a default value of false when a user comes to this page. That is, there is no loading indicator when this page is being rendered. Now we have to use conditional statements, that is if else, to output a loading indicator or a submit button. And since it's just a one line of code, I will use a ternary operator. So I will just write here loading. If it's true, then show a circular progress indicator. If not, then show this container, which is that is the button, submit button. Let's save it. But till now we have just written this ternary operator, but we should set the state when this submit button is being pressed. So here we have to write set state loading is equal to true. Then this piece of line will be executed, and then after it's successfully executed, we have to set the state again to false, so that if some error or success is done, after that our loading progress indicator is being removed. Let's try it out. Let's bring our register screen. In the email, let's write Firebase @gmail.com. Give it a value of Firebase123, then Firebase123, and now click on the submit button. See, this is the loading indicator. And now after it's successful, the loading indicator is being removed. You can go to a Firebase console and refresh so that you can check. See, our this email address is also being registered or registered in the server. Let's do the same thing for the login screen. That is, we should show a loading indicator here as well. First, let's convert this screen to a stateful widget. Then create a boolean of loading, give it a false value, default value. Then here in the ternary operator, let's write if it's true, then show a circular progress indicator. If not, just the container. And when this on press is pressed, first of all the loading indicator will be true, and in the end the loading indicator set it to false so that we know that the server thing is done. Let's save it. Let's go to our login screen. Let's write Firebase @gmail.com and write the password. Okay, let's click on the submit button and see the loading indicator, and we have the success. So that's all. We have successfully showed a loading indicator while there is a request to the server, because these are very small changes, but it will affect the performance, or you can say the user experience of your application. If user is already signed in or not. So now suppose the user has successfully logged in, but what if he close our application and start it again? In that case, we don't want the user to enter his credentials again and again, but instead we should check if that user has already logged in before, and this can be implemented very easily while using Firebase. But before that, we should create a new home screen file inside screen directory. Let's go to the screens and then create a new screen called home screen.dart. Here let's import our material as always. Let's create a stateless widget of home screen. Then create a scaffold. Then app bar. Let's give the title of text home. Then center title true. Background colors dot pink this time. And in the actions, I would like to give a button of logout. So I will just write text button dot icon. On press will be empty. In the icons, I will give icons dot logout, and in the label, I will just simply give it text of sign out. Okay, and this button, I would like to give some styling as well to the button, not the label, to the button itself. And I will just write text button dot style from, and in the primary I will just give colors dot white. Okay, we have our home screen ready, but we should also make sure that when a new user register or log in successfully, then he should be navigated to this home screen. Earlier we were just getting a response in the debug console. For that, simply go to register.screen, and here if result is not equal to null, I will just simply write navigator dot push and remove until, and then in the new route I will give material page route, and in the builder I will just simply write home screen. That's it, easy as that. And same thing I will just copy and paste it in the login screen here and import our home screen. So we are using here push and remove until. You might be thinking, why not I am using push replacement? Because the only issue here is in this login screen, it is not the final screen. It is using the push, that is, it is into another top of another screen. That is, it's a stack and it is the top of register. So from here, if I write push replacement, then it will go to the home screen but with a back button. So the other workaround is, first of all, I have to use navigator.pop, and then I can use navigator.push replacement in this login screen. But I just simply don't like it, and I simply use this push and remove until, that is, remove everything and just push this screen. That's it. So let's try it out if it's working or not. Let's just wait for a while. I hope your system is powerful enough, because sometimes while we are using Android Studio or these emulators, the RAM management is not good in most of the PCs. Let's try it out. Now let's see, give the correct password. Okay, click on the submit button. See, hooray! It's working so nicely that we are directly sent to our login screen here. But what if I restart this application? So if I restart this application, the register screen is there and we are not directly sent to the home screen. So this can be implemented, or this should be changed. Firebase Auth enables us to subscribe in real time to auth state via the stream. That is, once called, the stream provides an immediate event of the user's current authentication state. And after that, it subsequently provides events whenever the authentication state changes. In simple words, Firebase gives us an option to listen to the changes in the Firebase authentication. For that, let's go to the main.dart file. Here in the home screen, you simply have to write stream builder. Then in the stream, we will use auth service dot firebase dot auth state changes. So here, if you hover over it, see, it gives us a stream with the user's value, notifies about changes to the user's sign-in state, such as either it's sign in or sign out. And since it's a stream, the data flows continuously. In the builder, we have, as usual, context in the snapshot. Here I will simply write if snapshot dot has data, then we would return home screen. But if not, then we will return the register screen. This piece of code means that if the snapshot is not null, then definitely there has to be some user value. So that's why we should return the home screen. And if it's null, then we should return the register screen. Now, if we restart our application, you will see we will directly send to the home screen. See here, since our application already knows that the user has been logged in before. This is very important concept, because most of the application, you don't want the user to have a bad experience of logged out automatically. How to implement Google sign-in. But nowadays, in every modern application, there is an option to authenticate user using their social logins. That is, either it's Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever. So today we will learn how to implement Google sign-in using Flutter and Firebase. So the first step is to generate an SHA key. And you might be asking, what is SHA key? So SHA key is required in order to implement Google or phone sign-in authentication in Firebase. It is a unique key generated for your PC that can be used for signing. So debug key store is a unique for each system and it is automatically maintained by the Android SDK. So you just have to remember that the debug key is required when we are testing, and there is another key called the release key is required when we are submitting to Play Store. So now the question arises, how do we get the SHA1 key? So first you need to find the location of your debug key store file, which is inside the Android SDK folder. In my Windows 10 PC, the location is program files, Android Studio. Let's go and check it out. Let's go to the file explorer, then program files, Android Studio, JRE, then bin. Let's check JRE, then bin. Then in this location, bring out your command line, and simply after that you have to type this command. You can pause the video and write it down like this, and then you simply have to press enter. That's it. You will get this kind of output where you will get find MD5, SHA1 and SHA256 file. So since it's a very confidential information, so you should not share this key with other people. Now just copy the SHA1 key, bring out your Firebase dashboard, go to the project setting, and then here you simply have to add it like this and then save. Download the latest Google services JSON, then cut it, then Android app, remove the previous JSON file and paste this one. Rename, just remember there shouldn't be this kind of one or anything, simple Google services JSON. That's it. So this is how you do it. After that, just simply stop your debug session and start it again. Next step is to enable Google sign-in authentication. Go to your authentication screen, that is dashboard, then go to sign-in method, and wait, I will just stop it because we have to install dependencies as well. Here you simply have to go to Google, then enable it. Here select an email address and simply click on save. Okay, now you have successfully enabled Google sign-in. The final step is to go to pubdev and get the required dependencies such as Google sign-in. Press enter. And the first one you get, you have to copy and install in your pubspec.yaml. Just paste it. And after that, Another dependency required is Google Sign In Web. Just copy and install it as well. So yeah, you have successfully enabled Google Sign In. Then the next step is to create a button in our home screen. So for that button, again, I am using one package because I don't want to create a button on my own. So I will just first of all run the debug until the time it is running. I would like to go to pubdev and get the Flutter sign in button. Yeah, this one. So here, as you can see, you get all the different kind of social login buttons. So it's much more easier for you to get the image and the desired look with this plugin. So just copy, and our running in debug will take some time. In Firebase authentication, for every authentication, there is a process which you can get to know through their documentation or via Medium or Stack Overflow. There are a lot of options. Just ignore this kind of errors till the time your Gradle is running and haven't stopped. Till then, we are good to go. Okay, so I guess our app is now successfully built. Android Studio is a heavy software, so I'm just assuming your system is strong enough to handle the RAM management. So since we have done this auth check in the beginning, that's why we are getting the home screen. Right now we haven't implemented the sign out functionality, so that is why I will directly go to main, and here instead of home, for only once I will return register screen so that we can work on it. Okay, now go to the register screen, and now below the text button, give a sized box of height 20, then give a divider widget, then again a sized box of height 20 so that some spacing is there. Now I will use the sign in button. So I will just write sign in. I think yeah, I haven't installed a dependency. So I will just copy, and now just wait for a few more seconds. Okay, done. Now in the register, I will first of all import our Flutter sign in button. Okay. Now here I will write sign in button. Then the first parameter will be button. I will just write buttons dot Google. Then the second parameter I will give text, and I will write continue with Google. And in the on press, for now on, I will not do anything because in the next video we will implement the functionality. Right now only we will work on the UI portion. Let's check it out. See, here we get the button continue with Google. So it's looking decent, I will say. At least it is giving us the feel that we have other options as well. So I hope you have understood how to configure Google sign-in. And this SHA1 key, you can, if you are finding it difficult, you can go and Google the solutions if you are not getting it in your system. But this is very much required if you are using phone sign-in, Google sign-in, or any kind, this kind of different features. So now it's time we learn how to implement Google sign-in functionality. For that, simply bring out your VS Code, go to auth service, and now in the bottom portion, we will write the code. Just give it a comment of Google sign in. Okay. Now let's write it's a future which will return as a user. I will name it sign in with Google. Now first step is to trigger the authentication dialog. That is the options or the dialog box to choose your Google account. For that, simply write Google sign in account. It can be null. Name it Google user and simply await Google sign in user. Google sign in dot sign in. Okay. So this code brings out the pop-up menu to choose your Google account. So it might be null, that is the user clicks on the back button or he hasn't chose any account. So we have to check if Google user not equal to null. This we have to check. If it's not equal to null, then we will obtain the auth details from the request. That is the code will be final Google sign in authentication Google auth is equal to await Google user dot authenticate. Okay. After that, we will create a new credential. Create new credential. Final credential is equal to Google auth provider dot credential, and then access token we will write Google auth dot access token, and ID token we will be Google auth dot ID token. Once signed in, we will return the user data from Firestore. Okay, not Firestore, sorry, Firebase. Now it's user credential user credential is equal to await. Now we will sign in with the Firebase. Earlier it was just the code required for the Google portion. Now we will finally sign in with credential like this, in with credential, and send our credential. That is the credential. This is being returned by the Google. So we have to send that to our Firebase to make sure that we are legally allowed to access, and simply write finally user credential dot user. Also, let's make sure this everything is in a try catch block, because you never know if something goes wrong like this. And simply for the time being, print the error in the debug console. So the thing is, this code, it's not like you have to learn it by heart. You just have to know it, and whenever required, you will get this code. This is a very basic code. It's very difficult to remember, learn. It comes by practice. So now we have the function ready. It's time to assign the Google sign-in function to the button, to this button, which is in the register screen. So here in the register, yeah, continue with Google. Yeah, here I will simply first of all write, make it an async function, and write await auth services dot sign in with Google. But I also want the loading indicator to show. So I will just write here, if loading is true, then show circular progress, or else show this button as we did it before. And here I will set the state as loading is equal to true, and then set the state as loading is equal to false. Okay, let's try it out. Now click on the continue with Google button. See, now the pop-up will be shown. Choose an account. I will select my account, and then yeah, all done. See, right now we are not navigated just because of the reason we did the change in the main dot dart. So simply again make it home screen. Now you can see we are directly sent to the home screen because we are already authenticated. So I hope you have understood how to use the Google sign in. This piece of code is just what is required. Then you have to hook that piece of method with our UI like this. And this loading is just so that the user has a feedback. Now finally we have to make sure our sign out button is working, because without it we cannot see, we cannot practice, or we cannot test our application. Now go to home screen. Here the button is in the actions. Simply make it async and write what we should do. We should create a separate function in the auth service. Here we simply have to write future sign out like this, and simply write await Google sign in dot sign out, because it is required when we are using Google package. We have to make sure we sign out so that we can choose another account if we want. And also we have to sign out from our Firebase Auth as well, like this. So we have our function. Go to mains home screen. Here simply write auth services dot sign out. Make it await. Okay. Now let's test it if it's working. I hope it will. Now what should happen is, if we click on this sign out, we should automatically be taken to the logins register screen because of this code. Let's see. See, we haven't wrote any navigation code in our sign out, but it has already taken us to this screen just because we have our stream builder and it is checking on the auth state changes continuously. So if something happens, we will be redirected to either the home screen or register screen. Now, finally, if I again click on continue with Google, choose my account, and now let's see if it is redirected to the home screen. See, we are directly navigated to the home screen. So our authentication part is completed and it's working seamlessly. I hope you have learned a lot today. In the next module, we will be talking about the database, because now it's time we integrate real data, and we will also create one or a very basic application as well in the next session. So that's it. So before proceeding forward, I am assuming you have got all your basic concepts cleared, such as Dart, Flutter, and how to implement Firebase authentication and use Firestore database as well. Because in this module, we will only talk about the intermediate concepts, because we will build a complete chat application, and for that you must have your basics ready. So without wasting any more time, I would like to start by creating a new project. So let's go to the folder, and here I would use the command line and just write flutter create chat application, like this. So this will create our new Flutter project. So yes, it's done. This is our chat application. Now just bring out your VS Code and open your project here. Okay, it's done. So I will just remove this test file. Now I will not just run it in my emulator right now. I will first create my Firebase project. So go to firebase.google.com and click on go to console. Then here simply click on add project and give it a name. I will name it Flutter Chat App. Okay. And then continue. I will not enable Google Analytics for now. And then click on create new project button. And then it will just take few seconds. See, your new project is ready. Then click on continue. Then here we are navigated to this Firebase dashboard. Here you can see there are all the options like authentication, database, storage, hosting, and all. And at the very middle, you can see get started by adding Firebase to your application. So we have to configure Firebase with our Flutter application, and I will configure an Android version. Just click on the Android. Here You will see there are a lot of options, that is text fields. First is Android package name, that you can find by going to Android folder, then app, then source, or you can directly also go to the within the Android there is this build, and here you can go and see this default config and your application ID. Just write this here. You can name it anything. I would name it chat app. Then since we will be using Google sign-in authentication, so we have to use our debug signing certificate for it. To get your debug signing certificate, you have to get the SHA-1 key from your device. For that, simply open your directory, that is system directory. Go to C folder where your Android files are there. This within inside program files. You have to go to Android, then Android Studio, then JRE, then bin, and here you have to bring out your command line. Now you just have to paste this line of code here. If you want, you can just pause the video and get the SHA-1 key. After you type it and press enter, you will get your SHA-1 key from here. Just copy it and then paste it in this debug signing certificate section, and then click on register app. I'm reminding it again, this key is used for Google sign-in phone authentication for this kind of purposes. Now you will have to download the config file. This is important as it contains the API keys and the critical information for Firebase to use. Just download it and then go to that folder where it's being downloaded. Cut it from there. Now in your Flutter project, go to Android folder, then inside app folder, and here paste your Google services.json file. Then simply click on next. Now we have to do some Firebase configurations in our Flutter project. Copy this class path line of code, and in your Android folder we have a build.gradle file. Inside it, just paste this here. Then inside the Android folder and then inside the app folder we have another build.gradle file where we have to paste this line of code. Let's go here, you can see here, paste it here, and then copy this apply plugin and paste it at the very end. Also, one thing you have to do is write here multi-dex enable true. This code is required when we are dealing with Firebase. So this you have to remember always. Then simply click on next, and when we click on continue to the console, we are navigated to the Firebase console, and here our Android app is ready to work. Now before we run our application in the emulator, we have to do some configurations here. So just go to main.dart file, and here make the main function as async, and then write this line of code. First widget flutter binding dot ensure initialized. So you have to write this line of code. Just wait, it is taking some time. Widget flutter binding dot ensure initialize this, and then simply have to write Firebase dot, you have to first import the Firebase as well. But as you can see, before importing Firebase, we have to write the dependencies in the pubspec.yaml file. So for that, go to pub.dev, because to access any external package or feature, we have to use dependencies. So first was core, second was Firebase Auth, then since we will be using Google Sign In, we will use that plugin as well. And last thing is Cloud Firestore. So these are the required packages. Just copy this package, go to pubspec.yaml file and paste it here. Then similarly copy auth package, paste it, then Google sign in, we copy and paste, and then finally our Cloud Firestore. These dependencies are obviously required, and all these Firebase plugins are collectively called as Flutter Fire. You can just search this term and you will find all these dependencies. Now go to main.dart file and let's initialize our Firebase. And here we have to write await Firebase dot initialize. That's it. So all the configurations are done properly. If you want, we can just run the application in the emulator, and also make sure in the authentication you enable Google sign in. So just write setup Google sign in, and here in the third you have this disable, just enable it and write save. Now Google sign in is being enabled. Similarly, you have to enable Google Firestore as well. So here just click on create database and then choose a location and you do it in the test mode, and after that you will be sent to this Cloud Firestore console as well. So that's it for this video. Make sure you start debugging, because since it will take some time, I would like to stop the video here so that it doesn't waste our time and we can continue in the next video. Thank you. Hi. In this session, we will build the authentication screen, because before going inside the home screen or the chat screen, definitely the user has to create an account. So for that, let's create a folder inside screen lib and name it screens, and inside that create a file called auth screen dot like this. So as usual, import material, and then let's create a stateful widget and name it auth screen. Return a scaffold since it is a screen, then body, then I would center everything, and then within the child let's have a column. So what I am simply planning to do is create, that is first thing there will be one logo there, then after there will be the app name, and then a button called sign in with Google. That's it. So that is why I'm using the using this column. Within the column, let's have a container. Let's have a decoration box decoration. Inside it, I would like to give the image. It will be decoration image. And now within this decoration image, we will give a network image widget. So you can just simply open your browser, write you can write chat or chat logo, suppose chat icon like this. You can just, and then there will be lot of options. You can choose whichever you like. What I will be doing is, just wait, let me check if I get what I want. So I will be just using my own, which I have already used before. You can simply right click and click the copy image address and then paste it here like this. Simple as that. So it is the art screen. Let's go to the main.dat. Let's remove all the previous code, and here in the home make the art screen as the initial screen like this, and then restart. Let's see, is it showing, image is showing, or some error is there. Let's check it out. I guess what I can do is, suppose if I give expanded, then let's see what happens. See, because obviously you should give some height to this container. So I have given expanded means take all the available space within this column. So that is the meaning of that. After this expanded widget, I will have a text, and here we will write Flutter chat app, and let's give some styling. Font size 36, font width dot bold. Let's save it and see. Since I have used expanded, so it has just pushed to the very bottom and it has taken all the space here. After this, we need to create a sign in with Google button. Let's do it. Let's have an elevated button. On press will be empty for now on, just for the UI. And within the child, let's create a row so that there can be an image as well as text. Row, let's make main axis alignment dot center, and in the children, first thing I need is image dot network, and then get a Google logo. I would just copy my own this image, but you can just go to Chrome as usual, search for image and copy its address and paste it here like this. And to this image, let's give a height of 36. After this image in the raw, we will have a size box of width 10, so that there will be some spacing between the logo, that is the image, and the text. This is the text, and text will be sign in with Google. Let's give some styling, basic styling as always. Then we will have a font size of 20, and that's it. Let's save and check what's the output. See, we have this logo and we have this button. First thing, I would give us some padding to this button. Let's go and then wrap it with padding and give padding of not all, I would give symmetric, and then horizontal is 10, vertical will be 20. Let's see. Now it's looking at least decent. Then what I will do is, to this button here, I will give some styling to the button. Style button style dot all. Sorry, it should be just button style like this. And then within it, I would give a background color, material state property dot all, then colors dot black, and then some padding also, more padding you can say. Check because padding needed to make sure the button is not this narrow. So let's give some padding as well. Material state property dot all edge insets dot symmetric, and then only the vertical let's give 12. Let's check. See, now this home screen, sorry, the art screen is looking perfectly fine. Just again I am explaining that because of this expanded, it has taken all the space till here, and then the other widgets, that means the text and the button, are pushed down. So yep, that's it for this authentication screen. In the next video, we will implement Google sign-in functionality. Now the UI part is completed, it's time we work on the Google sign-in functionality. So for that, in the auth screens file, I will simply go at the top, and first thing I would create a Google sign-in instance. So it will be Google sign-in is equal to Google sign-in like this. And then after, I would create an instance of a Firebase Firestore, that is Firestore database as well, because I would store the user's data in Firestore also. It is all the authentication data. So after this, let's create our future function name is sign in function. It will be async. Then this is the procedure, that is this code is fixed for the Google sign-in. Await Google sign-in dot sign in. So this will pop up the menu where you can choose your account. You might click the back button and the account will be null. In this case, I have done this check so that if the user clicks on sign in with Google but doesn't choose any account and directly goes back, then the below code won't be executed. After this, let's authenticate Google auth is equal to await Google user dot authentication like this, so that we get the access token and the ID token through it. And then let's have our credential and write Google auth provider dot credential. Here it accepts access token and it will be Google auth. Just make the U small. Google auth dot access token, and then the ID token will be Google auth dot ID token. Then what we have to do now, we have to use the Firebase auth instance as well. So I would just simply write user credential is equal to await Firebase auth dot instance. I have created the instance here only. dot sign in with credential, and we have to pass the credential. So simple words, this code was required to get the authentication or the credentials from the Google, and after that we will use this line of code so that our own Firebase authentication can access this account and store the information. Now we have successfully signed in, but what I want to do is I want to create or save those data in the Firestore database as well. So you can simply write await Firestore dot collection. I would create a collection called users dot doc. Document ID can be user credentials dot user dot uid, and it is showing this error because it cannot be left null, so I'm using this exclamation and assuring that it won't be null, and then the set method. Let's do it. Here first thing I would store is the email. Simply write user credentials dot user dot email, and as always you have to use this. Then I would write name is equal to user credential dot user dot display name. Then I would save the image, and image you can write is user credential dot user dot photo URL. Then it will be UID. UID will be user credential dot user dot UID, and the last will be date, at what date this account was created. So date time dot now. Okay, we have our function ready. Let's try it out, but first make sure we call this function in our on press button. So simply write on press async and write await sign in function like this. So this function has been called. Now let's check if it is working or not. We have our Firebase ready. Now if I click on it, it might ask me, or it will directly, yeah, it has asked me. So I will click on my account, and obviously right now we are not being navigated anywhere, but let's check if it has been saved or not. See, this has been saved, and in my Firestore database here also the data has been saved properly. That is date, email, image, name, UID and all. Now everything is working fine. Just one thing I have to make sure that, suppose the user logs out and then if he clicks on sign in with Google again, then this data will be stored or updated again in the Firestore database, which simply means, suppose while using the chat application the user change the image in our Flutter application, he changed the image, but if he goes out and click on sign in with Google again, then again this image will be changed to the default image of its Google account. So because here we haven't done any check, so first thing I will do a check that document snapshot will be data type and write user exist, which simply means if user exists in the database. Now I will write dot collection users dot doc, and document ID will be user credential dot user.uid.get like this, and this UID should be, make sure it is not null. Now this will go to this Firestore. In here, check if the user has already registered or not previously. So after that, we can simply do an if check. If user exist, if the user exists, then we can simply print for our debug that user already exists in database. But if not, that's the first time for this user, then we can create a new entry in our Firestore. So this thing was very important. Now suppose if I click on this sign in with Google again, see, user already exists in database. So at least the previous data is not being updated or pushed forcefully to the same document ID. Now we have our Google sign in working perfectly, but after the user signs in, we have to make sure that we navigate to the home screen and also cannot return back to our screen until we sign out manually. So we have to check the auth state of Firebase, but before that, let's create a file inside screens directory and name it home screen dot dot like this. Here let's import our material package. Let's get a stateful widget, name it home screen. I would remove the default constructor. Then we have this scaffold. Now in the app bar, let's simply have the title of text, right, home, then center title true, then background color should be colors.teal. Okay, and here I would have a button that is for the logout. I will add icon button and just give it an icon of icons.log out. Okay, and after the app bar, I would give a floating action button in our home screen. Floating action button. Then in the child, I would write icons.search. So why I have done this, I will explain. Just let us create this UI first. Now we have this UI. Let's go to the main.dart and just for testing, let's see how this UI looks. Now I restart and let's check. See, this is the home screen of our message application. So I have this search button so that the user can search his friends in this application and message them from there directly. That is the only purpose of this button. And in the body, we will have all the chats that the user is been talking to, but it will be on the later video, because right now at least he has to first start a conversation with someone. So that's it. I would make it the auth screen again. Now just imagine I restart the application, but I have already signed in, but we are not navigating to the home screen because we are not checking the authentication state of the Firebase. So in the next video, we will do that exactly. That's all for this session. Hi. Now to check the authentication state, we have to use the current user method provided by Firebase, and accordingly we will show the screen whether the user has signed in or not. Let's go to main.dat file Here, first thing, I would create a future function which will give us a widget. I would name it user signed in. Here I will check if the user has already signed in or not, which we can do is by calling Firebase auth dot instance dot current user. Simple as that. Then I would check if user not equal to null, then return home screen. If it is null, that is he is not signed in right now, then return auth screen. That's it. So this is the function required. Now let's implement it in the home property of our widget. Simply use future builder, and here the future will be user signed in, and the builder will as usual give us context and a sync snapshot, that is it will return as a widget as we already know from the function. Now we will simply check if snapshot dot has data return snapshot dot data. That simply means return the widget, and we have to make sure to give this exclamation so that it is not null. And we already know that one widget will be at least there, either home screen or the auth screen, so it cannot be null. Or if it is not, then I will just show a circular progress indicator until the future function is executing. Now let's save and restart and check if I'm directly navigated to the home screen. See, now if I restart my app, I will be navigated to the home screen until and unless I click on this that means logout button, which is not working right now, but we should click on it, and then only we should go back to the login screen. Now since we have the user data coming from the Firebase, that is this data, obviously we will be using and sharing this data across the application, and it will be in JSON format. It's better we create our own model class for those data. So let's create a new folder inside lib and name it user model dot dart. Then it should be named models, and we inside it we should create a file called user model dot dart. So let's start creating our model class. I would name it user model. Now it will have all the values of this class, that is this data. So let's start with string email, string name, string image, timestamp, which is from Firebase. It will be called date, then string UID. Let's create a constructor. Let's write required this dot email, required this dot name, required this dot image, required this dot date, and then similarly this dot UID. So we have our model ready, but as you also know that there are functions to serialize and deserialize our JSON data. And usually it is called .from JSON and all. This concept is the basic concept of Flutter called the models. So I hope you know this concept properly. You just write user model dot from JSON. I'm naming it this. It will accept a document snapshot called snapshot. So what is this document snapshot? This data is called document snapshot. Now I would just simply return a user model. Now let's start with email. Will be snapshot email. Then let's copy it. Second will be name and then name. Obviously you can write it in any order. I just like to have this order in the same way. It looks good. Date, and then UID will be UID. So these key are nothing but these key. All the image and all these keys. Now let's make sure that we send this user model class while navigating to home screen so that these data can be used throughout the application. But first let's convert Firebase auth user to our user model. Go to main.dart. Then here we have this user sign in and the user data type which is coming from the Firebase. So here within the if statement, I will simply write document snapshot user data is equal to await Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection users, and then simply with the document ID of user.uid, I will get the data from the Firestore. This data. Earlier we had this data, which is the user data. From that, I am fetching the Firestore and then simply converting it to our own model class and use user model dot from JSON and send the user data, which is a document snapshot. And within this home screen, I would like to send it while navigating. So inside the home screen, we should make sure we are accepting it, like user model, then user. I will just name it simply user, and then through the constructor, I am accepting it. So the error will be gone. Now, when we sign in with Google, we have to navigate to home screen. And for that, I would use the My App widget. That is, I won't directly send it to the home screen. I would just simply send it to this My App so that it will again check and fetch the data from the Firestore and then create a model, or else we have to do it again. What I mean by that is, let's go to authScreen.dart, and within the sign in function at the very end, I would just write navigator dot push and remove until. Then here within the new route, if I write material page route builder and the context, and if I write home screen, see, if I write home screen, Then I have to send the user, which is a user model. So lot of thing I have to do. But if I write simply my app like this, if I simply write my app, so it will normally go to this screen again. Then it will show a user indicator and it will get the data from the Firestore and convert it and ultimately send it to home screen. So this is a much better approach. We don't have to write the code again and again. So let's check. If I restart, let's see. Obviously I cannot check the sign in because we have already logged in. So let's at least make use of this logout button. For that, simply go to the home screen, and here I would make it async. Sorry, not this search, to this on icon button. Async, and I will await Firebase auth.instance.sign out, and then I would write navigator dot push and remove until. And now here I can simply write my app uh, or the auth screen, because as we know that it is not authenticated and he has to go and sign in again, and auth screen is not asking anything uh, as a parameter, so it doesn't make any difference. Let's see. Now if I click on it, see, I have been signing, I have been navigated to the auth screen. And now if I click on sign in with Google, let's see what happens. See, then a loading indicator will show and directly I have been sent to the home screen. So this is how the auth state work. That means how I am utilizing the auth state and make sure the user sign in automatically and he can log out as well. So that's all for this video. In the next session, we would work on this search button so that the user should have the ability to search his friends in this chat application. Welcome. In this session, we will simply create a search screen for this button so that whenever a user clicks on it, he should navigate to a screen where he should be able to search for his friends. So let's simply create a new screen, and I would name it search screen dot. Let's import our material package, make it a stateful widget, and write search screen. And as I did with the home screen, while navigating to this screen also we would require the model class, that is user model, user, and let's have it in the constructor, and then return a scaffold. Let's have an app bar with a title of search your friend, and then in the body what I am planning is first widget will be just a text field and a search button. Whatever the user clicks on it, and after he clicks on the search button, then only the function should execute, which we will do it in the later video. But right now only the UI portion I would require a column, then children. And as I said, I will be using text field, so we would require a text editing controller called search controller is equal to text editing controller, like this. And within this, let's start with a row. the first element I want a row because I want both the widgets in the same horizontal manner. So let's have the children, then a text field. The controller would be search controller, and decoration, let's give it input decoration, hint text would be type username, and border would be outline input border, outline input border, and within it let's give a border radius of border radius dot circular, give it 10. So let's check it out, but before that we have to make sure we navigate on the button, that is using the on press function. Go to home screen, and here on the on press just simply write navigator dot push, then the material page route context, and it will be search screen, and we have to send the user, and which is in the widget dot user, that is here. Now let's save it. Now if I click on it, obviously with what I have did is I did something wrong, since it was row, it was column and all everything. So first thing I would give a wrap this thing with a padding widget and give padding of 15, and then wrap the padding widget with an expanded, that means take all the space. I would wrap it with an expanded, not wrap, I would just write expanded here. Now if I save, because the Flutter was like what should be the size of this, and here I have done something wrong, that this column shouldn't be there. Remove this widget, that means we have a column, inside it we have a row, inside it now we have this expanded and everything. Let's check it out. I guess because of that extra column the error was there. Now if I click on it, see, we have our text field with this padding and all and expanded so that it is taking all the space here. Now after this expanded widget, within the row I will give a icon button. Let's give the icon to be icons dot search. So that's it. Let's check it out. See, it is looking decent. At least we know that we have to type here and then click on it, and after that the results will be shown here, and that we will do in the next video. So that's it. We have successfully built the UI. So in this session, we will work on the search functionality. So we have the text field and the button ready, but when we type a username, then the data should be shown in the body, that is from the Firestore. So before moving forward, let's go to the home screen. I just want to write one line of code. While we are signing out, we should write this as well. That is Google sign in dot sign out. So we have to use both this line of code in order to sign out, because if we don't use Google sign in dot sign out, then we won't be able to log in with a different account. All the time only one account we will be able to use, but that's why we have to make sure we write this line of code as well. Let's go to the search screen again and start working on it. I would create some variables which will be a list containing maps, and I would name it search result. it will be empty at the very beginning, and a boolean value of loading, just to make sure when we are fetching data, there we can show loading indicator in the UI. And this list of map is nothing but when we search for users and the data is coming, that is this data is coming from the Firestore, it will be in JSON format, that is map format, and I will store all those map in this list. That is, suppose there are 3 users, then there will be 3 map in it. And since it is a list, I will use a list view builder to output all the users in the body. Then let's work on the search function. We have to write on search like this. I would name it on search, and then start with our Firestore, that is Firebase Firestore plugin dot instance dot collection, and here I would go to users and use a where clause so that I can filter and get the exact name, that is whatever the username we want to search, we can get that data only, and it will be stored in search controller, and then I will just write dot get. So now after that I will use a then clause so that as soon as we get the documents, that is here list of documents, we will check if it is empty or not, that is whatever the user has searched, does it exist. So I can do it just using the length, and if it is less than 1, that is 0, we can show a scaffold, not scaffold, sorry, we can show a snack bar dot show snack bar, and then a snack bar, and we can write a content like no user found. That's it. And also, as I said, I am using this loading indicator. So here, as soon as we click on the search screen, that is on search, I would make the loading indicator as true. And if it is null, that is there is no data, then I will again make it false and then return from here. That is, we don't need to execute the below codes if there is no user available. But if we have a list of users, then we will use this value variable, then all the documents, and then I will loop through it, and it will give us details of a particular user. And simply I would write search result, that is that variable dot add and user dot data, like this. Also, I don't want that the user could search himself, that is suppose he has a name of John, and if we write John, I don't want that in the search result he could see himself, because then he would be messaging itself only. So to make sure it is not there, that the user who is searching is not coming, we can just write dot data email is not equal to widget dot user dot email, that is the current user. If they are not equal, then we can use, and if they are equal, then that data won't be stored in this list variable. And after that I will again use this set state is equal to false. Also, what I want is when we click on the on search function, then it makes sure that the search result variable is empty, because we might search multiple times. Suppose the one time the user search, all the details will be stored in this variable, but if he types another name, then this search result should be empty, like that. Okay, Here the function is ready. Let's work on the body portion, that is within the children we have this row, and after the row I will use an if clause, that is if search result dot length greater than 0, that is if some data is there in it, and if not, or I would write else if is loading is equal to true, then show a center widget with a circular progress indicator. And let's work on now if search result.length is greater than 0. Let's start with an expanded widget. Since we are using a list view builder, so we have to use expanded so that it will take all the space, and since it will be scrollable as well. So in the item count we will simply write search result dot length. Let's write shrink wrap through so that it takes the only the space required. Then in the item below we have context and the index, and then I would simply return a list style. I would return a list style with leading as right circle avatar, and here child will be image.network search result index, and then the image property, like this. Similarly in the title I would write the name, that is search result index and the name. In the subtitle I would like to write the email, index email, and then in the trailing I would give an icon button. The on press will be empty for now, and the icon will be icons dot message, like this. Let's save it, but since we have only one user it won't work. Let's log out and sign in with a different account so that we have multiple, at least 2 users in our application. Now if I go to the search screen and type Rahul Agarwal, let's see, does it come? Okay, sorry, I forgot to assign this function, that is this on search function, to the icon button of search, like this. Then only it will work, obviously. Let's test it again with this new account. I would search my previous account and click on search, and see, it is working so perfectly. And if I have something like John which is not there, and if I click on it, so just imagine right now if I click on this, then no user found and the previous data will be removed, since I make sure that search result gets empty because of that only. So that's it for this video. In the next video we will work on this chat icon, that is so that when we search a user and the user appears, then we can message him with this icon and there will be a chat screen. So see you in the next video. Let's start working on the chat screen. So create a new file inside screens directory and name it chat screen dot dot, like this. And here let's import material and then make it a stateless widget called chat screen. I will remove this default constructor because now just imagine when we have a chat screen, at least we should know the who is the sender and who is the receiver. That is who is actually the current user and the person he is talking to. So for that we have to we require some parameters of some data in this chat screen. First will be the user model, that is current user who is messaging. First thing is this. Then second is the friend ID, that is to whom he is talking. We need the user ID, that is unique ID. Then we need friend name, and then we need final string friend image. So why I need this friend name and image? Just to show this data at the app bar. That is to who, if you have used a WhatsApp, then you know what I'm talking about. That is at the very top, an image will be there and the name of the person will be there. Now let's create a constructor and accept, that is everything, all the data. This current user dot friend ID dot friend name dot this dot friend image, like this. And then in the build function, let's return a scaffold app bar. In the app bar, let's give the background color as colors dot teal. And then in the title, I will use a row so that we can output multiple widgets together. First widget will be the image, and I would make it circular using clip rect widget. Border radius is equal to border radius dot circular 80, like this. And then in the child, I would write image dot network friend image, that is the string, and give it a height of 35. Then I would use a size box of width 5 just to give some spacing. And then text the person to whom he is talking to, that is the current user is talking to, and give it a font size of 20. So now to navigate to this page, we have to go to the search screen, and then in the list tile we have this icon button, and here we would navigate, that is navigator dot push material page route context, and we are sending to the chat screen, which requires all this data. Let's write it one by one. Current user will be widget dot user, which we are already accepting to this screen. Friend ID will be nothing but this index, that is search index, and here UID. Similarly, name will be name, and image will be this image variable. And also while navigating, I just want to set the state and make the search controller empty. I just want that when he returns, that is when he clicks on the back button, then he can search another user if he wants. That's it. So let's test this codes. Now if I click on the search button, again search on for a user called Rahul Agarwal. Then if I click on this chat icon now, See, this is layout is similar to WhatsApp, you can just say, but we have the image and we have the name. And just remember, I am sending the image and name via the constructor. That's why it loads so fast. If I had used again their future builder there and then fetch everything, it the experience would not be that great. Now in this chat screen, let's create a text field here and a send button so that the user can at least type and send the messages. So inside the chat screen, after the app bar, let's go to the body. Let's have a column. And the first thing I would use an expanded widget so that the text field would take all the space, and a container. And here text field I am building like this. You will just understand because this expanded is different. Sorry, I will explain everything. Let's first write it down. Edge insets dot all 10, then decoration box decoration, colors dot white, border radius dot only, top left, let's give radius dot circular 25, and top right, let's again give radius dot circular 25. And for the time being, this the child inside it, let's leave it as an empty container. I will work on it after some time. I just want to show you that here this expanded widget will take all the space here, that is all the chats will be shown here later on, and at the very end we will have our text field. And I would like to separate the code since text field will have lot of code inside it, including Firestore services. So it's better we create a separate file for it so that the code will be clean and manageable. I would inside the, let's create that. Suppose we have models, we have screens. Let's create another folder called widgets so that all the widgets, that the separate widgets will be written here. And I would name it message text field dot dot, since it will be used to send a message. It will be a stateful widget. I would name it message text field. Now, as usual, I will remove the constructor, and in this screen, what we would need, just that two data, the current user ID and the friend ID. String current ID and string friend ID. And since this current ID is by default nullable from the Firestore, that is why we have to use that. And then a constructor, this dot current ID, this dot friend ID. Now let's simply go to the chat screen, and after the expanded, let's write message text field. Current ID would be current user dot uid, and friend ID will be friend ID. I would like to test see one thing. No, this UID is string only. So let's go and don't make it nullable, make it a string like this. And we can make it final as well because it won't change. Okay. Now in the inside the build function, we would return a container, and then let's give it a color, or let's first thing I would do is give it color of white, colors dot white, and then some padding, insets dot all 8. After it, in the child, let's have a row, because I will show a text field and a icon button together. So this expanded widget is very useful. It will be used a lot of time, because here I want this text field to take all the space, available space. In the decoration, let's give it an input decoration, and label text should be label text should be type your message. Fill color, let's give it colors dot gray, and then simply filled is equal to true. Then let's give a border, outline input border, border side, let's give it a width of 0, gap padding 10, and border radius dot circular, give it 25. Border radius, and since it is a text field, we would require a text editing controller. Text editing controller like this, and inside the text field just give it this controller. Okay, let's see what is there. See, this is looking so good. Type your message and all. After that, I just want a button here. So within this, after this expanded, let's have a sized box of width 20, and then I would first of all give it gesture detector. On tap will be nothing for now, but in the child, let's have a container. Padding will be edge insets dot all, and give it 8. Box decoration shape will be box shape dot circle. Color would be colors dot blue, and inside it the child will be an icon. Simply icons dot send color, colors dot white. Let's save it and see. This is the submit button, that is the send button. We will type the message here and we will send it to the Firestore. So that's all for this video. In the next session, we will implement the Firestore functionality in it. Now, this is the most important section where we would save the sent message in Firestore. So the concept will be, I will create a new collection called messages inside users collection. That is inside this, and inside a user, I will create a new collection called messages, suppose like this. And then we'll have the ID of the user to whom this user is talking to. That is his friend ID. It will be like this. Suppose messages, then it will be ID of the person he is talking to, and then in the collection again inside it I will have a collection called chats, and inside this chat we will store all the messages, like suppose message, hi friend, suppose. Then another field will be date, suppose. Another field can be type, it will be text message, and this will be auto incremented, not the users, because here there can be lot of chats. Suppose this is one message only, in this way there can be lot of messages, and here two more data or key will be there. One is sender ID and one is receiver ID. Like this I would create this messages collection in both the user who are talking to each other, so that both of them have the recent messages displayed in their profile. And here I will also have something called, suppose here this is the a user ID. Inside this here I will have a last message field. Just you will understand why I am using this last message field, but right now you have to just try to understand properly what I am about to write. Whatever I shown you, I will write everything in the code. So go to message text field, and here in the gesture detector, first thing I would write a variable called string message is equal to controller dot text. I will have the message inside it, and then I would clear out the controller, that is whatever I have typed will be removed, but we have already stored it, so not an issue. Then I would use the Firestore instance here in the collection users. I would get the document of this user, that is the current user. Inside it I would create a collection called messages as I showed you. Then inside it I will create a document to the person this current user is talking, that is his friend. And then I would create another collection called chats, and then add, like this. I know it can be little overwhelming, but this is how we can do it. Obviously there are other ways as well, but I came up with this solution. Now what we have to save is, first thing sender ID, second is receiver ID. You might be thinking why we are saving the sender and receiver if we have already stored those data, but I'm just explaining why I'm using this, so that if it is a sender the message will be shown in the right side, or if it is a receiver, suppose the message will be shown in the left side, like this, just to differentiate. Then the message itself, like this. Then our all message will be type of text, but if you want you can implement later on photos or files as well, it's up to you. and date is very much important, so it will be date time dot now, so that we can filter and bring the recent messages in a descending order. Now what I want is, after this is stored, I would again have a firestore dot collection, again one query, then widget dot current user dot collection messages, and here I would set something in this document, that is widget dot friend id dot set only one field, that is last message, like this, and here it will be shown like this last message. If you are using WhatsApp right now, and if you see in the home page, you can see in the subtitle the last message you sent or you received, and then you can click on the chat and read the whole chat. So that is the reason. Let's try and test this code at first, because it will only store in one user's collection. As I told, the same code should be for a receiver as well, but let's test if it is working properly or not. Hello Rahul Agarwal. Hello Rahul, it's fine. And if I click on send, see, it is now removed, and we are hoping that it will be stored in the current user, that is this user's collection. If I click on this, see this messages, then this id and this user's id is same as I was explaining. Then he is talking to this user, and if I go to this user, the last message was hello Rahul, and chat was just one chat, that is this message only. Now the same thing we have to do for the user who is receiving as well, so that it will be updated in his profile as that is the message. And right now I am just removing this, because we need the same message to be in the both of the user. Now save the same message in the collection of the user with whom the current user is talking to. Where it is ending here. After it, let's have the same code. Firebase firestore dot collection users dot doc. Now here it will be friend. Just remember, not the current user. We are going inside the friend user and creating a collection called messages. Then the user that friend is talking to is this user, which is widget dot current id. Then we will create a chats collection and add inside. Let's have the sender id as widget dot current id, that is this message was sent by this user. Then receiver id will be widget dot friend id. Then message will be message type will be text, date will be date time dot now. And after it is done, I will again save the last message. It is Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection users dot doc widget dot friend id dot collection messages dot doc widget dot current id dot set, and here I would just write last message is equal to message. So I know this is lot to digest, but I will suggest you to just pause the video and try to understand the code line by line, because this concept is not that complicated, but there are a lot of code involved. That is why. Now let's test. If I write Rahul Agarwal and again search get the user, and now if I type how are you and send, now this message will be stored and should be stored in both the users, see first and the second. And here it is talking to this person. Last message was how are you, and then who send type message date. So that's it for this video. You have to understand the concept and the code properly. In the next video, we will work on fetching all the sent SMS messages and show it in this body. Thank you. Now in this session, we have to fetch all the messages from the Fire store and show it in this screen, that is the chat screen, using Stream Builder, so that as soon as the message is sent, the UI will be updated automatically, just like you message in WhatsApp. Let's go to the chat screen dot dart. Here in this container, now we will remove this container widget, which was just a placeholder earlier. We will have a stream builder, and the stream would be Firebase firestore.instance.collection users.doc current user.id .uid. We will go inside the current user, and from the collection of messages, we will fetch only the message of this particular friend, and we will now have all the chats, that is we will fetch all the documents in the chats. But before that, I just want to make sure I am descending order, that is because the latest message should be shown at the very last. Definitely the user, or else the user will get confused which message was sent when. So here I will just write descending is equal to true, like this. Now in the builder, let's have our context and the async snapshot. Now as usual, first thing will be if snapshot dot has data. If it has data, then it's fine. If not, return a center, and inside it, let's have a circular progress indicator. And if the function has data, but before that, we have to check the length of it, because it might be data can be null as well, that is 0. So we have to write like this, and if it is less than 1, we will simply return a dummy message at the center, like just say hi, and just suppose if the snapshot data is more than one, that is there are a lot of chats in it, and then we will use the list view dot builder. Item count will be simply dot data dot docs dot length, and in the item builder, let's now output everything, but I would like to make some changes here as well. That is, reverse should be true, physics should be bouncing scroll physics. That's it. And I will explain you why this reverse is equal to true. Yeah, when we get the output, there you can understand properly. Now, inside it, let's first check if the sender is the user only, so that we can adjust the position of the message. Either it will be on the right or it will be on the left. So one boolean variable is me, and we will just write snapshot dot data dot docs index sender id if it is equal to current user dot uid. If it is equal to that, we will return message, but for that also I will create a separate file so that it is much more easier. I would name it single message dot dart. Here let's import material, then a stateless widget called single message, and we have to send some data in it. So first thing will be final string message, and second thing will be boolean is me. You would understand why I have written all this, because at the very end these code will make sense. Okay, here now return that single message, and message will be snapshot dot that index, and then and is me value will be that this is me value only. So if the message was sent by the user using this account, then what should happen? The message should be shown in the right hand side. Let's do it. Here in the container, I would return a row here, not a container. And also main axis alignment will be dependent, but first I would like to write some messages. It is container, then padding edge insets dot all 16, margin similarly edge insets dot all 16. Let's give some constraints to it. Box constraints, max width should be 200 only. Now color will be accordingly, right? If is me is true, then colors dot black. If not, then colors dot orange. And let's give some border radius to it. Border radius dot circular, and or I can just write dot all, and then radius dot circular as 12. Okay, and within the row, same thing, that main axis alignment. Now if the message was sent by this user, then we will have main axis alignment dot end, that is on the right hand side. If not, then we will have main axis alignment dot start, that is on the left hand side. So This is how the line of code work. Let's check. If I now write Rahul Agarwal and search, we already have two messages. Okay, let's say something might be wrong. Let's check it out. We will have that chat screen, messages, chat. It is message only. Okay, let's check again in the chat screen. This is working. The length is also working, as we have only one message. That's why this line of code. But I guess I did something here. This single message. That's obviously I haven't shown the message here. Wow, such a silly mistake. We will have the text message and give it is style of color, because else the color won't be shown. If I save it and see, now it's looking so good. How are you? The message is perfect. If I didn't write this line of code, this main axis alignment, then it will be at the starting. But I don't want that. I just want that if the user has sent this message, then it should be at the very end. Now let's go to this account and see. Now if I go to the other account, click on it. Now this is the, I guess, receiver. So here the message should be shown at the left hand side. Name was programming, I guess. No user found. Okay, spelling mistake. Let's check what is the name. I will just copy it. Or I will just change it here only. I would name it programming. Let's check it out. See. Now, if I click on it, the message is on the left and the color is orange. I am good. I'm doing good. Let's write I'm doing good. See, it is now on the right hand side. So this is why I use those if else statements and everything, so that we have the UI properly and everything has a meaning. Main thing was how to send the data. Then in the chat screen, how we are checking through this line of code if the sender is the current user, and then accordingly we are outputting this widget. And again, it's a row with having just one container, so that it can be on the left hand side, it can be on the right hand side. And the length and the message length, that is the box length, was this, that is max with 200. It cannot cross it, it will just go down, that is second line. So that's all for this video. In the next video, we will fetch the chat in the home screen as well. Now it's time to fetch the messages in the home screen, because we are able to send message, but if you restart, then again we have to search the user, see the chats, and this is not a proper chat application. If you are using WhatsApp, you know that once you search the user and once you message them, the message or the user is shown in the home screen. So now we have to fetch all the people to whom the user has messaged and show it here using streams. Let's go to home screen, and here after the app bar I will have a body. Let's use a stream builder. As always, stream will be Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection users, then dot doc widget dot user dot uid dot collection messages, and just get all the messages here. That means inside the messages anyway we have the user id of the person talking to, and then in the builder we have a context and a sync snapshot. Then let's check if snapshot dot has data. If not, then return center and a circular progress indicator. Okay, now let's check if the data is less than 1, that is null. If snapshot dot data dot docs dot length less than 1, then we will show something like simple text like no chats available, like this. But if it is not, then I would return a list view builder. Item count will be snapshot dot data dot docs dot length, and item builder I would as always return a list style. The list style is used most of the time. This widget is very handy, but now what I am thinking is, obviously through these messages we are only getting the user id, that is this id, nothing else, and with only this message. But with this, how can we know the user name, user image and all? So we have to again use a future builder here. What I mean by that is, first let's have like friend id is equal to snapshot dot data dot docs dot id. This is the user he has been talking to. And second, let's use the last message, this snapshot dot data dot docs index last message. And now here, first of all, I would return a future builder. Future will be Firebase Firestore instance dot collection users dot doc friend id dot get, so that I get the details of that person. In the builder we will have a context and a snapshot, and I would name it this snapshot as a sync snapshot. Then if a sync snapshot dot has data, if not, simply show linear progress indicator this time. And if it has data, I would simply write var and catch the data in this variable, and then return a list style. And in the list style, first thing, let's have a leading, circle, avatar, child, image.network, friend, image, like this. Then I will have a title, with the text and name it name. In the subtitle, now here I will show the last message. That is, this is how I would do. I'll just use the last message here, give some styling to it. And in the container, I would just write overflow text overflow dot ellipsis, so that if the message is too long, it will be removed at the end and there will be 3 dots instead. Let's refresh or restart and check if it is working. See, we were talking to Programmic, the image is there and the last message. Now the only thing I want is when I click on this name or this tile, I should navigate to the chat screen. Simple as that. And this can be done very easily. I will be using on tap, then the navigator, then the material page route, context, and the chat screen. And as you already know, chat screen requires these parameters to be sent. And most of these parameters are with us. Suppose this like current user will be widget.user. Friend ID would be from here. It is friend and the ID here. That is from this variable. Second, friend name would be friend name, and similarly friend image. It was so simple, and since we have the chat screen already built, we just have to push this field. Now if I click on it, there doesn't exist within the field, doesn't exist. Let's check. Let's see what went wrong. I think this ID should be UID. Yes, this one mistake, because that field doesn't exist. And if I click on now, see, we have the chat and this message I sent it. And now if I write I'm doing good, where are you, and send, then you will see if I go back, the last message will be where are you. So this is how we built the chat system. I'm explaining again that here, first of all, we use a stream builder, get all the messages. And if I bring all the messages, only the user ID will be there. Through this user ID, I again use future builder and get these details, that is image, name, UID through this future builder. See, and then if I get the data, it was just simple. I just outputted it in the UI. So I think this application is completed. In the next video, I would just install a plugin called cached network image, and after that our whole application is completed. Thank you. This session will be very short. Here I would just install a plugin. It's always recommend to use cache network plugin wherever and whenever we are dealing with images, so that the image will load faster, as well as if there is any error we can handle accordingly. So go to that is pub.dev, right? Cache network image. Then here just simply install it and copy and paste it in the pubspec.yaml file. Now, the thing with cache network image is when we install it, we have to restart our application. That is not restart, we have to stop debugging and then start again. Just wait, it is taking a little more time. Let's stop debugging and then run it again. It will take few minutes, as Android Studio depends upon the RAM of the system as well. But since all the functionality of the app is completed, this is just an add-on. If you don't use cache network image, then also your app will work properly. There will be no error in it. But just to make it smooth and just to give the user a good experience, that's why we use such plugins. Now, if you go, just remember the main concepts in this chat app was, first thing was how we are sending messages and storing it in both the collections, that is uh, both the users collection, so that it is automatically refreshed in their screen at the same time. Moreover, you should focus on how we are fetching data in the home screen as well, because there we are using stream builder as well as future builder. So all the concepts are required when you are building a real world application. This is a chat app, but obviously there are a lot of application you can build, and most of the time the concepts will be same, just few codes here and there, and the UI will be different. This running again takes a lot of time. Till then, just check our code. This concept also, that is the chat screen, where we are using the isme boolean to make sure the data alignment, that is the alignment of the chat, is either on the right side or on the left side. Then in the single message, it was just simply a container with a different colors. This was also had an important concepts. You can see how we can use where clause, how we are saving the data in this list variable, and a lot more. In the main.dart file, the important concept was this user signed in, because you can use stream builder and with the auth state change, but there you will face a difficulty to again implement a firestore call, that is this, which will be a future. If you can do it, it's very good, but that's why I found this solution. Now the app is running. Let's go to home screen. Here the message field is in the list style, this circular message and all, circular avatar, and I would remove the circular avatar because this was not giving us proper circle. I would use the clip rect. This widget is better with a border radius of border but circular. Let's give it 80. Then child, it will be cached network image like this. Image URL. Just wait. Image URL would be friend and the image. Then placeholder widget would be a simple circular progress indicator. You can use other images as well. It's up to you. Error widget, if there is any error while fetching, we can use simply an icon for now. Icons.error. And after this, let's give some height of the image, that is 50. Now if I restart and check the image here, let's wait, it is doing, let's see, and then the image shows. So now it's being cached, and I showed a circular progress indicator. It's better you show some kind of dummy image. It looks more nice in that. Now the another section where we are using image is in the chat screen. You can just go and find out, I guess in the app bar we are using, yeah, here only. So what you can do is simply copy that as well. So I would just simply copy this cache network image in the chat screen. I would paste it here and just import, give the height of 240, and this would be friend image. That's it. That's how we use the cache network image. Let's check. If I go, see, it's being already cached. That's why it was so fast. If it was not cached, it would have a little bit slower. And here, definitely, it's not. If you were using directly that image.network, it might have taken few seconds. Now again, if I log out and log in with a different account and check, sorry, I think I did it with the same account. Yeah, I did the same account. Let's do with this account so that Rahul Agarwal should be shown in the chat, and see, image is there. And if I click on it, image is there. And the chats are aligned properly. We know what chat we sent and what is this. So that's all for this course. I hope you have enjoyed learning and building a real world application. In the same manner, you can build any application you want. Just remember the basic concepts. You should practice it again and again.